From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, 10-time NBA All-Star and former Portland Trailblazer Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he has been elected into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Anthony finished his career with 28,289 points. That puts him in 10th place all-time. The Mariners are taking on the Tigers in Seattle for some day baseball in the final game of their three-game series. Right now, the Mariners are up 3-2 over Detroit. Dylan Moore had a solo shot in the fourth to give the Mariners the 3-0 lead. Detroit got two back in the fifth. Right now, it's the top of the eighth, and the Mariners did get one out on the Tigers. The Boston Red Sox and their rookie second baseman Christian Campbell have already agreed to an 8-year extension worth $60 million. Campbell has played 5 total games with the Major League Ball Club. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Your favorite fan shows are on YouTube. Match the
What's up?
Feeling a little sympathy right now.
Why? Thank you.
Not for you, although nice jacket.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah,
Abandoned Dunes jacket.
It's
nice in look. Honor of what's our producer's name?
Ryan Buckley.
Because he's never here.
That son of a bitch.
He's there right now.
Yeah, Buckley over here on his producer salary goes to Hawaii for like 10 days and then is back for a day and then leaves to Bandit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he texted me pictures earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know the weather?
Is it like 65 and sunny?
It's like 60 and sunny.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
How do I get that producer gig? I thought
Just apply for it.
I thought I was happy over here, but it turns out where you want to be is over in that chair. No, the great Joe Fisher came in, and I hate to report this.
Yeah.
Because if you've ever had this happen,
it's very sad.
It is a sad, tragic day. Joe Fisher, he lost a pen.
He did.
And not just any pen. He said one of his favorite pens.
Yeah.
And that is an underappreciated loss. Because, like, when
it makes me sad.
Yeah, when you lose, you know, like if you, let's say sunglasses, right? If you had a nice pair of sunglasses, people sympathize with that. Oh man, it's expensive sunglasses. But like no one ever gives any credence to you losing a pen. But when it's a good pen, especially if it's one that you encountered, you're not really sure where you got the pen, but you love it, you found it, you can't just necessarily go and replicate that pen. That pen was yours. And now it's gone forever because you're not getting it back. No one knows. I mean, someone probably absconded with it, but I feel for him because that there's something about a good pen that just kind of makes your day.
As you know, I'm a big pen guy.
Yeah.
And you're right. When you lose a pen, it hurts.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's going to do, but
and no one gives you any sympathy. Like I said, sunglasses or like if you lost like if you lost that jacket, you're like, oh man, anyone see my Bandage Dune jacket? And you'd be like, no. And then everyone would be like, oh man, that sucks. You know, what a bummer. But the pen, people just dismiss the pen as if it's nothing. And that's
because not everybody's a pen guy.
I know. But I don't like how cavalier we are about losing pens.
Well, nice pens.
And I want Joe Fisher to know I sympathize with your pen loss.
Do you buy nice pens?
Not really.
Okay.
No.
Because I have before. And I mean nice. Like some people go hundreds of dollars for their pens.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about that.
No.
I'm just talking about
like maybe a $10 to $15 pen.
Yeah, or even $20.
Okay. Ooh.
You know.
That's usually now I will say that I think I've bought a 2-pack for maybe like 15, a nicer pen, but I don't think I've ever bought a high-end pen.
Yeah, super high-end pen I've never tried, but
I bought one as a gift though.
I have purchased some pens because I wanted upscale pens.
Yeah.
Because I like that. I like the feel of them.
Absolutely.
I like the way they write.
If I had more of a writing situation going in my life, I think I would have a nice pen.
They they crap out more than, like, probably faster than you would expect.
They just run out of ink.
Yeah, they're just not that. They just look not. So maybe my problem is I'm sort of a middle management pen guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not upper management with my pens.
Sure.
I'm middle management with my
Yeah.
pens, and that's no good.
You're buying like a Honda Accord.
You might as well just have a Bic.
Yeah. So you're not buying like the Hyundai.
Yeah, I think
But
that's
you're
right.
buying the Accord.
It looks nice.
But then you're not buying like the Audi or like the Beamer.
well,
you're in that middle range.
The car looks nice.
Yeah.
It looks like a hot rod, but it's got a crappy engine.
Understand.
So I don't know what to do, but I do feel for Joe in the event that I didn't steal his pen.
Yeah.
I hope he finds it.
But if it's a nice pen, there is a chance that someone, like, because he said he left it in here yesterday doing the hot corner.
Yeah.
If you sit down and there's a pen and you start writing with it and it's a nice pen, you know where that's going.
Well, yeah.
It's going in your pocket. You're like,
I bet you Danny has it.
well, there's a chance. If it's a nice pen, haven't we all done this at the restaurant? You go to sign the check and you're like, oh, what's happening here? This is nice. And whether it's from the restaurant or maybe it's someone that just brought their own pen, if that's a good pen that you enjoy writing, doesn't that pen go home with you? Maybe you tip a few extra bucks and you're like, this one's coming home with me. A nice bank pen. You know, there's a reason why they used to bolt those things down to the table.
You know who has great pens? The Win.
The Win?
I steal them all the time, and I don't feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Because I give them plenty of my money.
Exactly.
So I'm like, I'm taking this damn pen.
It's the price of doing business, and I bet you really enjoy that.
Yeah, well, actually, one is here. We have the Casa Playa pen here.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's nice.
Nice little pen.
I once did a speaking engagement at a Lions Club event, and they for doing I did it as a favor. So a guy I knew was like, hey, would you be willing to come speak at our when I was like, yeah, that's fine, no big deal. Like the guy taught me how to play racquetball, and their reward for me was a nice pen. And some people may scoff at that, but I'll tell you what, it was a nice wooden pen. And it was great. And I held on to that thing for like a year. And then I don't know what happened to it. Probably left it somewhere. And someone was like, hey, this is a nice pen. But to the Lions Club of Vancouver, whatever chapter you were, just know that you handing out those pens to people that are coming and speaking, maybe not everyone, I appreciated that pen. I wish I knew what kind of pen it was. I would have been happy to go out and purchase another one. It was great. It's nice, like a nice walnut on there. It's fantastic.
A couple of pen takes on the text line here.
Yeah.
From the fans. Hot take. There's no direct correlation between price of pens and goodness of said pens.
See, that I don't know.
That's what I was saying.
I don't know.
But I don't know about the $100 pens.
Because I've never... I bought a friend of mine who's kind of a fancy lad, and for his birthday, I bought him a Tiffany pen. Because, you know, it's like, what do you get a guy that has a lot of things? But he writes a lot, and so I got him a nice pen. And I've never asked him, is it inappropriate for me to ask how nice is because that's the nicest pen I've ever purchased. I've never come close to it for myself.
I don't think it's inappropriate.
Is it rude if I'm like, what if he doesn't have the pen anymore?
Well, you may not get an answer.
I know.
But you say, hey, tell me about this pen.
I don't want to.
And he could volunteer you talking about price?
Yeah, it was a pricey pen.
Yeah.
But like I said, I feel a little awkward asking. It's been several years. Maybe that pen's gone. Maybe again, pens are easily lost. I've never brought it up again. I did see it once in his house, and that made me feel good that he still had it. But again, many years ago, couldn't tell you if there's any correlation. So wouldn't you have to have bought the $100 plus pen to then know if there's a correlation?
Yeah, exactly.
And
now here's a guy who says he's a pen snob himself, and he is a nice handwriting believer.
Yeah,
as am I.
Yeah,
and he says a real pen matters a lot. So,
well, and then there's
define real pen.
And then there's always those cool pens that you can refill the ink. Those are always badass. But that's a whole other category that I can't get into.
Yeah, hotel pens. Yeah. Depending on what hotel.
It's got to be a nice hotel, though.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you right now that like the Win pen, I promise you, is better than
each pen is different. Like the Win Hotel has a pen, but each restaurant you go to has a different pen.
Interesting.
Which I find freaking fantastic.
I know specifically the pen I like. I'm going to have to look it up. There is a pen that when I see it, and it's not a high-end pen, but my daughter uses them, and she buys them. I want to say, let me look this up. and it's for a mid-price pen. I'm a big fan, and I know it when I see it, and I'm like, yeah, I like what we got going on here. I gotta see if I can find. Yes, the Pilot G2. That is
somebody just text that in.
Really.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
G2 gel.
Yeah, the G2. Yeah, the Pilot G2
Hot
Premium
pen top.
Gel Roller Pen.
Pilot G2.
That's a quality. Now, you may be laughing at
Oh.
me. Super Pen Guy's probably mocking me, but those
Yeah,
are the one-
Super Pen Guy's gonna laugh at that.
But
I agree that for a basic pen,
yeah,
that's solid.
if I see that pen, I know that I'm getting some good writing out of it.
Well, and it feels good.
Yes,
And it's got the little hook. You
Yep,
can hook it on
yep.
your
smooth. I like that.
yeah.
That's because my daughter is
G2 gels.
my daughter is a huge well, she's a nerd, giant nerd. It's the one trying to be a doctor. She loves nothing more than taking notes and writing. So she's big into pens and notebooks. Like if you go somewhere and they have a like a spiral notebook that's nice with like quality paper, she gets all jazzed up, and she uses the G2, the G2 Premium. So I mean, again, she's a dumb kid, so she probably doesn't realize that that's an average pen, but she's a big fan of it, and therefore I get to reap the benefits of those pens around the house.
All right, guys. Hot pen talk. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you. There you go.
Yeah, someone said sporting hard this afternoon. Damn right, yeah.
Come for the sports. Stay for the pen talk.
Yeah.
Will Ortner is here. He's in place of Ryan Buckley, who's at Banter. Hi.
What's up?
How's your day?
I was just riveted with your hot pen talk.
Yeah, I saw you looking a little bored over there.
I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bewildered, but you
Yeah.
reeled me back in when you got to that Pilot pen.
Well, you'll
Right here. The Pilot G2 is the elite everyman's pen. A lot of G2 love coming in.
well they're all over the place.
Yeah.
You'll find them.
You'll find them.
And when you see one, you snake it
Yeah.
because it's not expensive enough to call that theft.
No.
It goes in the regular pen category of pens just sort of come and go.
Yeah. You don't have to buy
they're
them.
not. Yeah, you don't.
It's like when you're Will's age, couches. You don't buy a couch, you just, they're
Yeah.
out there.
Does anybody have a pen?
Yeah.
Or like you're looking around the house for a pen, you'll
Yeah.
find a pen.
Yeah.
I don't know where it came from, but
Yeah.
it's there.
I don't know if I couldn't tell you last time I bought a pen, couldn't tell you last time I bought nail clippers, but they're there. There's always a
See,
nail
I bought
clipper.
nail clippers.
Really?
Yeah, I usually buy them on vacation because
Yeah.
I hate packing them.
No, they're just there.
Why would I hate packing them? They're tiny.
I don't know.
But I hate
Seems
it.
like an odd
So
thing.
then I'm like, I'll just get some there
Yeah.
if I need them.
There are several things that I don't know how they end up at my house or in my possession, but they do.
Hammers.
Yeah.
I have a million hammers.
And you never bought one.
Where? No,
They're
where did they
just there.
come from?
Yeah. You used to acquire them.
Weird.
Certain things.
Well, Will, I'm glad we got you back. I think when you get to being old, you'll understand the importance of a good pen.
If we still use them at that point.
Yeah, that's fair. The kids, they don't like to write
No.
unless it's your kid.
Yeah. My kid actually has now
Will's not a calligrapher.
she has
Not anymore.
she has a I don't know what the hell you call it. A Remarkable? Have you seen these?
What's a remarkable?
It's called Remarkable, and it's a
marker?
tablet that you write on
Oh, yeah.
and take notes, and then you hit a button and it digitizes it.
Yep.
So I don't know. It costs a lot of money. We had to buy one a couple years for her. I don't know why, but she loves it. She's just all about taking notes. And occasionally when you come home, she's like, Dad, come look at this. And she just wants me to look at the notes she took like in biology and how clean and cool they look. And then I have to be like, wow, awesome notes. And then that's like the end.
I
of the
do like that, though. I get where she's coming from. on
Yeah.
that. I often look at things I write. I'm like, it's got to look nice.
Yes.
This is why I'm a lefty.
Yeah.
I write lefty, but I taught myself to write righty because I hated so much. This is how stupid I am. I hated how my writing looked left-handed. Lefties can't write.
No.
We're terrible at it. So I just taught myself right-handed, and it looks way cooler. So when I fill out, like the other day, I was filling out an envelope to mail. Like, that can't be sloppy. That has to look nice.
Yeah.
It has to be legible.
Yes.
So and it has to be straight. And so I wrote it right-handed, and it takes me twice as long.
It still looks good.
And
though.
my hand hurts after I do it. Probably giving myself carpal tunnel, but it looks way better.
My daughter takes a lot of pride in the way the notes look.
And she should.
As someone points out, Will's favorite pen is the Air Pen. And I have used the Air Pen many times.
What's the Air Pen?
When you tell someone that you're taking a note and you don't really take a note, but you pretend to write it down. Remember back in the day when
Oh, like,
No, I don't even pretend. Dude.
you don't even
Yeah.
pretend?
No,
I don't
why
think
would I
you have to-
pretend?
Yeah, you don't have to pretend.
I pretend. Like if someone calls me and is like, "Hey, can I leave you a message or whatever?" I instantly go to the fake AirPen where I'm like, "All right," and then I pretend to write it down, and I'm not writing it down. But there is something great about using the AirPen. Do it all the time. And just know that if I tell you that I'm writing something down and then you repeat it back to the person to let them know, yes, indeed, I'm trying to remember this, I'm not writing it down. Hold on, let me grab a pen real quick. And that's just the old AirPen.
Right. Okay, go ahead. I got one now.
Yeah, I got one.
642. Yeah.
642. And then you have to pretend to write 642. Dude, the AirPen is
That's too much work.
I text myself a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just pull out my phone instead of a pen.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, what's the number? And then I just text it to my
It's
number.
not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I forget what I did with it. I'm like, wait,
Why do I have this
Yeah, what is
number?
this?
I don't know.
all right, guys. Pens are great.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Joe Fisher's pen. We're
Sports.
sorry. We're very sorry.
Yeah, we feel for you, Joe.
Very sorry about your pen, bro. Yeah, we do. You know what? Last night was a pretty good night in the NBA.
Yeah.
Can you believe that?
60.
First time for
I
everything.
dropped a 60 burger on you.
61, actually. We've got that. And Major League Baseball underboob is coming up on the notes here, I see.
We bumped it an entire show yesterday.
More has been added, including very controversial pants today.
Wow.
Did you see-
I did see the pants.
Did you see those?
Yeah, but that's a football trend. Look, the pants and the shorts, they're getting shorter and
The
shorter.
kids. It's the kids.
It's the kids.
We can't control the kids.
Yeah. I'm excited though. We have more underboob than we did yesterday.
A lot of underboob today.
It's raised up a little bit.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
maybe
we'll,
they reached for a pen up on the shelf.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Well, I can't wait to talk sports with you because I love sports.
Let's do it.
We'll be right back. It's Isaac and Suk on the Fan.
That's 50% stupid.
Dropping Zook.
What's 50% stupid? What did we do?
I don't know. I just wanted to play that. I like that clip.
Okay, I didn't really feel that was necessarily
Holiday
appropriate,
Road.
but you know, I don't. Well, Holiday Road and then Leech. I was like, wait, are we leading into something? And
Rest in peace.
I know it's weird.
You know.
Yeah.
Well, my.
Every now and then, it's you're like, oh man, someone's
He's
dead.
gone.
John Prine gets me that way too. Big John Prine guy, and I kind of forget that he died during COVID. Val Kilmer, by the way,
Yeah.
gone
We
today.
got a Val Kilmer segment coming up.
Well, he was dead, then he wasn't dead, and then it turns out he was indeed dead.
That damn Sister Jean just keeps outliving everybody.
I know.
She's still alive.
Yeah, it's like 1,000 years old, like Methuselah over there.
Yeah, we got a Val Kilmer segment coming up
Yeah.
later in the show. R.I.P. VK.
Mm-hmm.
65. Gone too soon.
That is way too soon.
But he
Yeah,
had the throat cancer.
Yeah, like an 11-year battle with throat cancer
Yeah.
too. I mean, my God, at some point, it's like enough's enough. Maybe he's just happy to be done with it.
Well, we had a good night last night in the NBA for once.
Yeah, we did.
How about that?
Except your Blazers. I mean,
Well, they won.
that's a key.
Oh, wait. We want them to lose.
No, we want them to lose. Well, at this point, like they're not making the play-in. And if you're not making the play-in, every one of these losses only hurts
Well,
your
aren't
chances.
they kind of set up to...
They're going to be the ninth, but
yeah.
you know,
So I was reading today, the Blazers, this is just odds.
Mhm.
To get a top 4 pick,
yeah,
they have a 4.5%
yeah,
to 6% chance.
yeah,
So a 4.5% chance of the number 1 pick,
Mhm.
as they stand now, a 6% chance of the number 4 pick.
yeah.
Then they would not even have odds for 5, 6, 7, 8. It would be 9. And right now, that would be 50% odds.
I think it's a 50% chance if everything stays as it is now, and with that win last night, kind of cements you. I mean, I suppose you could catch Phoenix in wins, but you're going to have the 9th or 10th worst record. And that pretty much leaves you about 50% chance to just pick 9th and like a 35% chance to pick like 8th. And then there's a little bit of chance.
25.
25.
Actually, it's 26.
So, you know, chances
Oh, wait.
are.
You said 8? No, 10. I looked at it today, and it said that the best odds are at 50% number 9, 26% number 10.
Number 10. Okay.
And then a 4.5 to 6% chance of a top 4 pick.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's nice to see him winning games. And I know, again, we've talked about this till the cows come home, and I don't want to sit here and beat my head against the wall. This is like that year. Remember the Mariners won a meaningless game at the end of the year, and that cost them Steven Strasburg. And I know Strasburg ended up having injury problems, but you know who they ended up taking number 2? Dustin Ackley. And I'm sorry, I'll take Steven Strasburg over Dustin Ackley, but God forbid you lose that last game against the A's. So I'm all for letting these guys play. But at some point, and that point is right now, there's like, what, 6 or 7 games?
6.
6 games, and you're 3.5 back of the play-in? It makes no sense for Denny to be out there playing 40 minutes. It just makes no damn sense.
They're going to get Connor Knippel.
Hot Knipple talk.
Have you watched him play yet? He's at Duke?
Duke. Yeah, he's the other Duke guy.
It's weird to think he's a freshman
Yeah.
because he plays like he's 35 years old. Like he looks like the old guy at the gym.
Well,
The Blazers could do a lot worse than Knippel.
really?
Oh, come on.
He's good.
Is that what? You serious?
No.
We would think a lot more highly of him if he wasn't playing next to Cooper Flagg.
Are you really?
For the NBA, though, like I get it. He's good in college, but you think he's an NBA
Wow.
I think he'll be fine.
player?
Better than Zach
Fine.
Collins.
He'll be fine. So you've set the bar at your
You
ankle.
know what? You
The
know
hell?
what?
You've set the bar
What is
at
going on?
ankle
That's
height.
it, bro. You guys aren't allowed to root for Con Knippel anymore. Con Knippel's mine. Get your own.
I don't
A
root
6'7"
for Knippel.
slow-footed shooting guard / small forward.
Now,
He's
he can-
awesome.
He
Get
That's
does
your
what
own.
you're. That's
Get your own.
That's what you're doing.
get your own.
He's mine.
He is a good shooter, but there's a lot of guys that are good shooters,
Mm.
you know, who don't work out in the NBA, right? Am I
Well,
wrong
just-
about that?
I-
Or if you can shoot, and you're going to be in the NBA. You tell me. I don't know. I'm not an NBA expert,
Look,
but he can shoot. It's just weird that he's a freshman.
yeah,
He
'Cause
doesn't
does-
look like
no,
a
and
freshman.
he has the hairline.
Yeah,
and,
he doesn't play like a freshman. It's just
Yeah.
it's weird.
But yeah, he's being compared to. Like,
And I can no longer root for him according to Will.
trying to find his like comparison.
Who am
You
I
want to
gonna
go with a
I'm rooting for Clayton.
Bogdanovich or a Cam Johnson? Whoa, that blows whatever hair I got back left. Woo, baby.
I'm rooting for Clayton. Are you talking about Final Four? Or any college? I mean, Well, like, of course, my Kansas guys.
Yeah.
But in the Final Four, I'm rooting for Walter Clayton. Is that his name? Walter?
Junior.
No, I know, but Walter or
I
William?
believe it is Walter.
Walt. I love Walt. And I love Uzan from Houston. I like that guy.
Yeah.
Nice little player.
Well, I hate to do it because I have to root for Duke because I keep
It's a lot of
betting on them.
information,
So I don't want to root for Duke, but
Great little player.
I'm going to because at this point, I don't care about any of the teams, so I care about my wallet. So for the first time ever, go Duke.
So I have a future ticket on Houston.
Mhm.
But I also have a future ticket on Florida.
Oh.
So I would like,
Yeah.
I don't need, but I would like for it to be Florida versus Houston. And you better believe that I have dreaded all week that it will be Auburn v. Duke.
Yeah. What would that like? What is our financial? Is this a
Big win on Houston,
Okay.
a third of that on Florida.
All right. Well,
So if I get both of them in the final,
yeah.
I just let it ride. I'm good.
Yeah. If not, you maybe have to hedge a little
If not, see, Duke, I ignored at my own peril
Mm-hmm.
the stats regarding Duke to the finals, which
I
wrote it in my notes.
tried to
You
tell you.
said ignore at your own peril
Yeah.
the statistics regarding Duke
Yes.
to the finals.
Yes.
Or the final.
They were overwhelming.
You said ignore those stats at your own peril. You
And
know what I did?
you did.
I ignored the stats
I don't
at
know
my own peril.
I don't know what to tell you. And now you're sitting there waiting
now-
on Houston and Florida.
Well, I can't really bet on Duke. They're too
Yeah.
chalky.
Yeah, it's
like
not a
I
number
can't
at this
hedge
point.
at that.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons I took Houston all the way back in December because I remember watching Houston lose to Duke in the tournament last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, and because they had, I think it was, I forget the star player for Houston went down in that game. They got kind of unlucky. They almost beat him. And I thought, wow, that Houston team is gonna get revenge on Duke. Well, then Duke brings in Cooper Flagg.
Yeah.
And Cooper Flagg was like, ooh, didn't expect him to be that good. He's freaking awesome. But Houston has improved, and they are a very good shooting team.
But
now.
do they have Knipple?
They're much better now than they were
Second
last
best
year.
player. Just saying.
So that's why I bet on Houston, and I bet on them to get to this game, and here they are against Duke. And yet now, because I had all the confidence in the world that Houston was going to beat Duke, that's why I bet on Houston. I now have no confidence that Houston will beat
Do
Duke.
you want your Duke hedge? Because
Sure.
I have your idea.
Yeah, what's the idea?
So Cooper Flagg is plus 120 for the most outstanding player of the tournament. If
Okay.
Duke wins,
Yeah.
he's going to win that. So that
Not
would be
necessarily. They lose in the final, he doesn't win it.
well, but that's your thing. If you think Duke's going to win, if you want to bet a future right now, they're
What?
not going to be plus money. That's your plus money bet.
I think any of the four could win the tournament. I really do.
Agreed.
This is a great Final Four. That said, Duke's the best team.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. There's just nothing. There's nothing. All I got to do is root for Houston and Florida and just let the chips fall. Anyway, why are we talking about this?
Well, we started
Who
talking.
cares?
We started about the Blazers, and the Blazers
Oh, the
continue
Blazers.
to win seemingly for no reason, and then
Hey, Clayton's a good undersized point guard for the Blazers.
and then ending up with Knipple because that
Yeah.
apparently is
Connor
the thing.
Knipple.
Because a slow-footed guy that can shoot the three ball who's white. Oh my God, let's go!
But
get
he's
him.
a freshman.
He's a freshman.
Anyway,
with a Nate Biddle hairline.
do they have him as a lottery guy?
Yeah.
Knipple?
They have him going to Portland if Portland's at 10.
Yeah, they
They do?
Yeah, Knipple's right around that 8 to 12 range.
Oh my God.
Better him than Liam McNeely. It's the same person.
Well, McNeely's got a lot more size, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's slower, believe it or not.
No way.
Less athletic.
Listen to you, Knipple, lightning fast. I'm sorry.
By the way,
Compared to others.
They listed him at like 6'6", 6'7". Wait till he goes to the NBA like combine and we find
Knipple?
out he's 6'4".
Totally.
He's 6'4".
He doesn't look
I
6'7".
can't believe that you're turning into the #1 Con Knipple hater.
And then we're gonna do this. It's gonna be like
Ridiculous.
I can't wait for someone to tell me he's the next Luke Babbitt, best shooter in the draft. Are you kidding me?
Got his autograph somewhere too.
You're
Love
not-
Luke
yeah,
Babbitt.
we love these. I love
97 for 100 3-pointers in
You know
practice.
what my favorite guy to bet on in the NBA draft is? The unathletic wing. God, the NBA is littered with unathletic wings. In today's positionless game, man, nothing hits better than that
Boy.
unathletic wing with slow feet. God, how do we not draft him at that point?
Listen,
Let's go.
I don't think there's anything that could get this town to riot over the Blazers but you know what might do it? Connor Knippel as their draft pick.
It's Con.
Or Con, yeah.
I'm
sorry.
watching his highlight tape right now. You guys are idiots. He's amazing.
I do like watching him play because
I enjoy that you said that he could be better than Zach Collins. That's the bar that Will's setting.
Well, look,
Zach Collins.
He was a pillar of our team. What are you talking
baby
about?
steps, baby steps.
Baby steps.
Pillar of the organization.
Better than Myers Leonard, better than Zach Collins, rotational bench player.
I like where this is going. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If they draft Knippel, Blaze fans be like, what? Who? Another? What?
I'm ready to go. Let's do this. You know what? I'm coming on board. F it. Let's go. Starting what was the draft the stash?
No, you're not allowed to come aboard.
Adam Morrison?
No, we've kicked you off. You're
No,
not
it's too
allowed
late.
on this train.
Look, only one of us here bet on Duke at the beginning, so I'm Team Knippel at this point.
No, I've banned you. You were
let's do
banned
it.
earlier. You dumped on him too
Let's
much.
go, Knippel.
You got to get your own
let's do
unathletic
this.
white guard.
All right, well, we'll wrap up last night in sports next, and then we'll get to MLB Underboob. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Mariners were able to hold on, beating the Tigers 3-2 to get one win in that series. Mariners are going to get the next day off before they hit their first road trip of the season. Over in the NBA, 10-time NBA All-Star, former Portland Trailblazer great Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he has been elected into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Anthony finished his career with 28,000 points, 289. That's going to put him 10th place all time. The NBA is looking into Memphis star Ja Morant after an incident where Morant was using his hands and arms to mimic like he was shooting a gun towards the Warriors bench late on Tuesday night. Morant has already been suspended twice by the NBA for brandishing a firearm on social media. The 76ers announced today that star center Joel Embiid is set to undergo arthroscopic surgery on his left knee. Embiid will be reevaluated in 6 weeks, and he is expected to make a full recovery. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time, Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue.
Knipple has taken over our program. We've both been feverishly Googling his outlook in the NBA,
Dusty,
as he will be a future Portland Trail Blazer.
Yeah, on the Danny and Dusty show, they have dubbed it the Knipple slip to Portland at number 10.
I love that. And Will's all about it.
I'm reading through a couple draft profiles of him,
As was
because I just seen him in the in the tournament, and the guy can shoot. But this was my favorite one that I've seen. Because they always go through the strength are simple. He can shoot the ball. It's no doubt about it. He's a great spot up shooter. When you go through, they're kind of killing him, but trying to be nice about it. I like this one. He's just an okay finisher at the rim. Dunks are a good proxy for NBA athleticism. He's only attempted 5 dunks, and he's converted 2 of them all year. And they said these are extremely low and troubling numbers for an NBA guard wing of his size.
He's shooting 40% on dunks?
He's only attempted 5. And
What the
How dare you attack the greatness that is Con
How's
Knipple?
that even possible?
There's a lot of missed dunks in college basketball.
So I see here the ceiling comp for Con Knipple is Desmond Bain and Malcolm Brogdon.
Pretty good.
According to
Brogdon.
Yeah, according to one draft profile I'm looking at.
How is that? All right.
Well, he can shoot, and they say he's pretty efficient. He can make plays. He's a decent defender, and he can kind of make a layup too.
There's another one. Certainly his defense is going to be a problem. 0.2 blocks and less than 1 steal per game are low, and another indicator of below average athleticism. It does say, though, that people are split. NBA execs say that his defense is either somewhat adequate or a major concern. Because I love this, that we've got a 6'6", slow-footed white guy that we're debating whether his athleticism is a major concern or somewhat adequate. And by the way, a player of his size that can't get to the rim and finish in college or create his own shot, I can't miss. Where do we sign up
He
for
can
this?
get his own shot in college.
No,
He's not just a spot-up shooter.
He is a spot-up shooter.
Well, I think they're projecting him as that in the NBA. He's not in college. Like he can put the ball on the floor and make plays in college, but he's not going to do that in the NBA.
Lack of athleticism also
Although-
shows up in his ability to generate shots for himself. He struggles in that regard against collegiate competition. He certainly can score, though.
But we always talk about how there's a bunch of athletes, not basketball players, playing basketball, like in college and in the NBA,
Yeah.
So if we're saying like we hate those guys who are just athletes and they can't play basketball a lick, this guy's the opposite of that. You should love him. He doesn't have athleticism, but who cares?
Well, this is my problem, and I view this in the NBA, and I view it certainly because the NFL draft is coming up too. Yes, when you have the ability to do something like shoot, and the guy can shoot, obviously, right? That sets you up where there is a place for you in the NBA. Put you in the corner, and we're going to throw you the ball, and you can catch and shoot. But this goes back to so many players that are like this in college, and so many players in college football that are productive. You're like, what are you talking about? That guy was really productive. Yes, playing against non-NBA players, playing against non-NFL players. But there usually is a certain amount of athleticism that has to be there to be a legitimate player in the NBA. And if you can't defend and you get picked on and you can't create shots and you can't force anyone to be concerned about you getting off the dribble, and all you do is end up being a one-dimensional player, there may be a place for you in the NBA, but does that move the needle at all for a team that is looking for actual difference makers? Because I've said this a million times about the Blazers. My God, their entire team is made up of solid guys.
How big was Joe Ingles?
I think
You remember
Ingles was,
Blazer great Joe
He's
Ingles?
around
I
the
think
same
he's probably
size.
around that same
It's a-
sort of.
He's like that.
Yeah.
It's a similar comp.
And Ingles played.
Yes, but
he's an NBA
this
player.
is my. I would much rather, and you can yell at me all you want because
I'm not going to yell.
No, but people do this because, like you said, we hate the raw athleticism guy, right? But my God, if I'm the Blazers and I'm sitting there drafting 9th or 10th, and my choice is a guy that probably projects out to be Joe Ingles, or a guy that's the 7th man on my team, second guy off the bench, stand in the corner, hustle a little bit and knock down, some threes and average 8 points a night and 3 rebounds. Or take a flyer on a 19 or 20-year-old kid that jumps out of the gym and is oozing athleticism and may turn into something 3 years down the road. Give me that guy. because guys like Joe Ingles are great if you're the Dalton Connect with the Lakers, right? And you've got a team that you think can actually do something and you have a couple stars. My God, the Blazers don't have a single guy that projects out to be a 1 or a 2. I think you got a couple guys that are solid 3s, maybe Denny in the right circumstances, but on contending teams, Denny Avdia is your best player. He's not a 2. Go look through contenders. That guy is a solid 3. Maybe Tumani Kamara is like a 4. Shaden Sharp and Scoot, you have so many of these guys that project out to be solid dudes. At some point, I'm tired of solid dudes. Swing on the guy. That say what you will about Shaden Sharp, whether he develops or not. At least Shaden Sharp might end up being a dude. There's some raw material there that if he ever puts it together and he lights a fire under his ass and that you could see something happening there. I don't want a guy whose ceiling is 10 points a game. You're telling me we went through another effing tank to get a guy that can't really play defense, can't create his own shot, can't dunk in college basketball, and I'm expecting him to go
2 dunks.
And I'm out of 5, and I'm expecting him to come into the NBA.
You know, I'm tired of you yelling at me about this. You shut up, you killjoy. I'm with you. What's your name? Will.
I don't know.
Knipple.
You attacked Con Knipple. I don't know if I'm allowed. You might be on the caboose right now.
Okay,
back
you're
off
right.
the.
You're
I
right.
was on the Knipple.
You
slip.
definitely were
I'm
not.
back off.
You were never allowed on.
Back off.
We banned you beforehand.
You know what another comp is?
What?
Why are you laughing?
They keep texting in on the text line that he has a hot mom.
Oh, he does? Oh,
Apparently, that's a big deal.
I'll tell you what. That may sway me a little bit.
No, you're not allowed on.
cool. Mrs. Knipple.
I do like when we see the hot mom at the draft.
You're not allowed on the train.
The other comp is Nick Stauskas, former Blazers great.
Why not?
You know.
You know, why? Again,
You can always use another Nick Stauskas.
By the way,
Yeah.
That's a.
It's up and good.
Yeah, that's is it?
Con.
Shari? Maybe Shar?
Probably a Charlotte.
Yeah, but it's Shari. I mean, Chari.
I think that's probably Sherry.
Oh yeah, you can go Sherry. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Yeah, it's all right. Let's see. Hey, you know what, Mrs. Knipple? I was not familiar with your game, but I am now. Although, one, she's a tall gal, and while I am impressed, she's got a little. Who's that badass crazy congresswoman from Georgia?
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
She's got a little.
She's got a little MGT in
She's
her.
got a little MGT.
She's got a little Marjorie in her. You can
MTG.
see it.
Look, I think we know where she voted.
Someone says on the text line that kid from Kentucky last year, Reed Shepard, was 10 times the player as Nip Slip, and he's in the G League.
Yeah, that's.
But then you've got this. A 6-foot white boy from West Lynn High School seems to be doing all right in the NBA that wasn't even supposed to be in the NBA. And a second-round draft pick is the best player in the league the last 5 years. You never know, bro.
And that's fine.
You just got broed.
Take him in the second round. Don't take him at number 10. Remember when we didn't want Bam Adebayo because he was raw too, and we wanted the more complete player? How'd that work out? Just draft me athletes. I don't know if you've seen this, but in the NBA, have you watched a lot of the NBA? Because the good players tend to be really, 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 really good
Not all
athletes.
of them. Not all.
Who's the best player in the league right now?
Yep, Jokic and Luka in your face.
So
Unathletic white dude.
That's
6'7", 270, and a ballerina. That's not a good athlete.
I don't think he's athletic. No, he's not like. I mean, Travis Outlaw.
I love Travis.
That's what
Outlaw.
I think of athlete. And Luka, he doesn't dunk, so therefore I think maybe you know what. Listen, it's probably moot because Knipple will be gone before the Blazers pick anyway.
Not if we get the Knipple slip down to Portland.
The Knip slip.
The Knip slip. Let's do it.
The Knipple triple.
Yeah.
At the Rose Garden.
It's like when you draft a D-end in the NFL that's slow and doesn't have a good vert. Yeah, because those guys pan out all the time.
Well, you're an ass.
You're gonna miss
And
on the athlete.
Quite frankly, you've derailed our whole show now. Thanks a lot. What I wanted to tell you was that
We still haven't gotten to the underboob.
No. Oh, the underboob's coming up. But we were going to talk about last night because Jokic scored 61
Yeah, and
with a
lost.
triple-double and lost, and the Bucks shot 68% and won.
Yeah,
And then the Warrior, then we're getting all these alerts that Steph Curry's like about to make history, and he doesn't. was a wild night in the NBA last night.
And we had guns and
Yeah, then you got Ja Morant doing finger guns.
we got to
You're
investigate.
not supposed to do that.
Especially when you have a history of pulling real guns.
I saw Shams this morning. Well, we got a break now. Okay.
Right. No more Knipple talk, damn
No,
it.
yeah, forget him. But we'll wrap up last night in sports. Coming up next, and then we'll get to Underboob. Okay, on the Fan.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new idea.
text says only 2 people can derail multiple seggies. One has a toupee. Rick Riz, and one is going to need a toupee very soon. Connor Knippel. Or Con Knippel, sorry.
Yeah.
I have more Con Knippel
Are we
for you.
about to
no,
get
I have
derailed
to
again?
I have to get this in. I have to.
Knippel,
We buried the lead on Con Knippel.
Knippel could not be stopped.
First of all, his mom, Sherry,
Yeah.
she is the all-time leading scorer at Wisconsin Green Bay.
Oh.
So-
That's not where Doug Gottlieb is, right?
I
Yes.
think it is where
no,
he
that's
is.
where he is. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the illustrious program that is.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She scored 1,964 points there. Okay.
Oh. Wow.
And she's also the all-time leading rebounder there.
Hmm.
So she could ball. Now, get this. Con Knippel's father is also named Con, so he is Con 2.
Did he also play? I
Yes,
think they
he
both,
was a player.
Yeah, I think they both played at Wisconsin Green Bay. I'm seeing a photo of the mom and him from their collegiate days.
He is in the Wisconsin Lutheran College Hall of Fame.
Again, the prestigious.
Not the Wisconsin College Hall of Fame, the Wisconsin Lutheran
Yeah.
College Hall of Fame.
I love this.
So, get this. There are 5 basketball playing brothers
Yeah, I see
in
'em
the
here.
Knippel family.
I see him.
Their names. Are you prepared for their names? Are you prepared for their names?
This is the whitest family of all time, so I'm guessing there's like a Malcolm and an Archer in here.
Con 2, Cager, Kinston, Cash, and Kid. And I'm not kidding.
The Flying Knippel brothers?
Dude, you got to draft him on that alone. Because what if Kid comes up and is better than Con? You got to have Kid and Con.
And there's a photo of them all wearing Crocs.
Hell yeah.
God bless the Knippel family.
Yeah. So I don't know how old the other brothers are, but Con 2's the oldest.
Yeah.
So watch out, bro. You could get a starting 5 of Knippels.
I wonder if like when they go play like rec league, if the brothers just go out there and just trash people, right? I mean,
You want to talk about pedigree?
you're just getting rolled up, and then like you add the Flag brothers because isn't there's at least one other Flag that's going to go play at Maine.
Yeah.
The Knippels and the Flags are going to unite for the most awkward like YWCA pickup game of all time, but that they go and dominate everyone by 80.
I hope the dad's a cool guy, but I'm guessing he's probably not.
Eh.
You know? Like, if you got all the Knippels,
Yeah.
do you have to hire the dad as the coach? Is it only right?
It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how all that works. Maybe the dad is a cool dude.
Mom is the coach?
Mom's kind of a hot.
You know Cooper Flagg's mom was his AAU coach? Did you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah. His mom.
Well, again, keeping it in the family. Now, can I ask, was that because it was Cooper Flag and Cooper Flag wanted his mom to coach him?
Well, she balled. You know that about her. She was a
Yeah.
baller, too.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, if you're Cooper Flag and you're on an AAU team, I'm guessing you get to pick the coach. It's like when Mario Chalmers' dad got a job at Kansas. Was Mario Chalmers' dad really a Kansas-worthy coach, or was it Mario Chalmers? So he's like, I would like my dad. I'm guessing if Will was better, Will's dad could have been the O-line coach at Hawkinson.
You create a spot for him.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
you know,
You can help us out a little bit.
create some room.
You know?
What's he? Is he still there?
Who?
Chalmers' dad.
Oh, my God, no.
Exactly.
Are you kidding?
My guess is he left shortly after Mario.
Right after
left.
he brought him a title
Thanks for coming.
with his son.
Slap you on the back and get on out of there.
Okay, now I promise we're done with.
Are we really done
We're done
with the Knippels?
We're done. But I mean, those names are pretty cool, dude.
What was the name one more time? It was the
Okay, so you have Cager,
Cager.
Kager.
Jeebus, Cager.
Is that right? Wait.
Good old Cage
Yeah, Cager, Kager.
with a K though.
Yeah, Kinston,
Yeah.
Cash with a K, Kash, and Kid. And I can tell you right now, I already love Kid because you know he's the youngest
Just doing
and he
bits.
gets his ass picked on all the time.
Yeah.
I bet you that boy is tough as hell.
Probably. And you know what? He's a coach's son.
Gym rat.
Yeah, you know,
Baller.
smart kid, tough kid, not a lick of athleticism, but plays the right way.
Won't take S from no one.
lapping the floor. It would be something though, because if you saw those kids go up to like play together, you would laugh, and then they would, that entire family's balling. Like they play the family reunion barbecue game, and they beat every family. They just trash them.
Now it all makes sense why Con Knipple is at Duke.
Yeah, it all
fits.
It all fits.
And as the text says,
pipeline of Knipples.
These guys are all one middle initial away from a PR nightmare.
Is it worse that they went to Duke or better?
I think it's worse.
I think that makes it worse.
It makes it worse.
Yeah.
Well, we know where the white power rankings are.
Jags.
We know where the white power rankings are,
Good
and
job.
they all come from northern Wisconsin. No racism there.
Cooper from Maine. I mean, it's kind of all coming together. All right, let's get to. Forget last night. Okay,
We moved on.
that was a long time ago.
We're living in the here and now.
Well, there's one Shams thing I thought was funny that
Okay.
he said this morning, and then we'll get to the underboob. Okay, we're
right.
gonna talk some baseball with you guys.
Let's do it.
That's next hour on the Fan.
From the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, the Mariners were able to hold on to a victory over the Tigers in the final game of their 3-game series. Mariners won that one 3-2. Dylan Moore had a home run in that one to push the Mariners over the top to victory. Right now it's the bottom of the 6th in Chicago. Minnesota Twins are up 6-0 over the White Sox. Twins looking to get their second win of the year. It's the top of the 8th in Miami. Marlins and Mets all knotted up at 4. Right now, the Mets have 2 outs. Top of the 3rd over in Baltimore. Boston already has 1 run across the board. Over in the NBA, the Blazers, they're getting a night off, fresh off the victory in Atlanta over the Hawks. They're going to play again on Thursday when they travel to the Great White North, taking on the Raptors in Toronto. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com. The Fan.
All right, welcome back to our show. So, just wrapping up last night. A couple
Now
little
nipple
things.
free.
Yeah, no con nipple talk for the rest of the week.
All right. I can get on board with that.
No, that's not true. Because we'll have some Final Four talk later in the week.
That's true.
And we got to talk about con.
He may pop up.
So, last night, we were alerted that Steph Curry may be making history.
Yes.
He did not.
No.
He only scored 52 and only hit 12 threes.
Lame.
But
yeah, he had
at
11
half,
when the alert had popped up.
Yeah, well, he had, was it 11? I thought it was like 8.
Well,
But he did it early.
When I saw it, he had 11 when I started seeing kind of Twitter blowing up.
So the big number is 14.
Yes.
Because Klay Thompson hit 14 threes in a game. That's
Yeah.
the record. And Steph's got a billion huge three-point games, but never the record for the most in a game.
Yeah.
So he's been kind of hunting it, and he even admitted last night that he was trying to go for it. He finished 12 of 20.
Yes.
But he got upstaged by Jokic, who had 61.
He had
Triple
61,
double.
and they lost. Although 61 in double overtime. Meh. And then did you see Westbrook S the bed at the end of that game?
Yeah.
I mean, my God. Miss a free throw that would have sealed it, and then you blow a layup on the other side after you steal it, and then you foul in the corner. I mean, that's like one of the all-time boners that you could have at the end of a game if you're Russell Westbrook.
Look, it
Thus
was a
ruining
good
a 60-point triple-double from Jokic.
61.
I understand that, but it's 60. He
Come on,
scored
man.
60 points.
61. It was a good night in the NBA.
Yeah.
And that's rare these days. I also looked at it today. I was looking at the playoff matchups. You know, the Warriors and Lakers would play in the first round if it ended right now?
That'd be fun.
That'd be great.
Nice little series.
Steph v. LeBron?
If Ja Morant and his boys don't shoot Steph Curry first.
You can't shoot with your fingers.
So the NBA is actually investigating. I don't know what sort of investigation you need. We all saw him do it. In a league where you're not allowed, no one allows you to do any sort of gun or violent celebration, and you've been suspended because you pull out real guns and have been accused of pointing real guns at a team. Remember, like was that 2 years ago? Him and his guys apparently pointed a gun with a laser scope on it at the team bus.
He's had a couple of different gun things.
Couple
right?
different. Well, he can't go on Instagram without pulling a real gun. And then the dumbass last night, as he's leaving the floor, double gun points at Steph Curry. Good one, Ja.
You know, he was shooting at him with some freedom seeds.
Those were freedom seeds, yes.
You see that?
I did see that.
The J.D. Vance shooting
Yes.
freedom seeds all over the place.
He was down there. Was that over in Greenland when he was shooting?
Yeah. Why are you looking at me like that? You haven't seen
seeds.
No, it sounds dirty.
Oh, yeah, no.
No.
That's the new administration's term for bullets. Freedom.
So next time someone shoots up a school, they just say, hey,
Freedom
someone's
seeds.
just spreading some freedom seeds around a school. Cool term, everybody.
Yeah, they put out a tweet, or what do you call it? On X. White House.
I still call it a tweet.
Just the vice president of the United States sending some freedom seeds downrange.
Oh my God.
Doesn't get more American than that.
Never mind. I'm going to choose to not comment any further on freedom seeds. I just know that if you're Ja Morant,
I love that term.
and by the way, against America, you just fired your coach. Apparently the team hates each other. There's all that internal turmoil.
He's a moron.
And now you're about to get suspended possibly again for finger gunning someone.
He's an idiot.
Just stop.
Yeah.
He is
just
a moron.
stop.
He is a moron.
He's a total moron.
That dude
And that's probably why the coach got fired, because he couldn't handle that guy.
That dude has the world at his fingertips, and he will find a way to screw it up. 100%.
So Shams was on Get Up this morning, and he said, I thought it was a funny headline. He said, because the Suns, Durant's hurt now, and the Suns are just, I mean, what a mess that was.
They suck.
And Shams basically said, whichever team gets to the playoffs and realizes that it's only a Kevin Durant away from winning, will get Kevin Durant.
Well, Phoenix
This
doesn't have
offseason.
Phoenix doesn't have anything to.
They're gonna, and he even said, the Suns are going to help usher him wherever he needs to go.
Yes.
So basically, our idea a couple years ago was that Kevin Durant should just go to a new team every year.
Yeah.
And just like hired gun.
Yeah, 1
like
year.
random free agent every
Be
year.
awesome.
He's basically that this year. And I don't know who that's going to be. It might be the Lakers.
Wouldn't that be something? The ultimate redemption story is Oklahoma City bows out in, like, let's say they get to the finals, they lose to Boston. That's the ultimate one. Is Oklahoma City, who's got 8 million picks, they deal for Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant goes back to Oklahoma City and leads the Thunder to their first
That'd be
title.
cool, but I think, well, I don't know that it would be cool. I think people would. That's the one way to make people hate Oklahoma City.
Is by bringing in Kevin Durant?
Yeah, because I remember we've talked about this before, about it, like the only way that he could sort of resurrect his legacy.
Yeah.
Because our topic a couple weeks ago was, has there anybody that has there been a better player in sports that has torched their own legacy worse than Kevin Durant?
It's about as bad as it gets. Maybe like a Clemens or something, but I mean, it's a masterclass in going from when he won that MVP, you can make the argument that he was as liked a player as anyone in the NBA. And now
no one likes him.
No one likes him.
Yeah, it's just he has torched his own legacy so very much.
Yeah.
And when we were talking about that, the one thing that came up that where he could maybe get it back is if he took Oklahoma City to a title. But the more I think about that, I don't like that, because Oklahoma City is now what? They've won 62. How many games have they won?
They are 63-12.
Yeah. Dude, they're 63-12.
Yes.
So if he goes to, I mean,
Including
come on.
winning 10 in a row.
If he goes to a team that's already won 60, it's going to win 66 games in the season or whatever.
Right, well, how about
and then carries them to a title, nobody's going to like that. It's the Warriors all over again.
Then we'll do another one. A team, the second best team in the NBA or in the West, Houston Rockets, who, if you've been sleeping on Houston's a fun little team and on the come up, but again, probably has to take their lumps a little bit. He's from DC, but he played in college at Texas. Go to Houston then. Go to Houston and lead those guys to an NBA title.
What about the Blazers? They took Odin over him.
I think maybe
he comes back.
I think we're a couple steps away. But say what you, I mean, Kevin Durant's like 36, 37. The dude is still just an automatic bucket getter. So
yeah, no, he's going to help somebody.
Cleveland could work maybe if Cleveland can't get over the hump.
But I tell you,
What if he went to Milwaukee and teamed with Dame and Giannis?
Whoever he goes to,
Yeah.
people will instantly hate.
I won't. I'm kind of over hating Kevin Durant. I want the redemption story.
That's nice, but I don't know that you're going to get it.
I would like to see, because I know Kevin Durant has done a lot of this to himself, and by a lot of it I mean all of it. But I would like to see Kevin Durant have the redemption arc, because I don't think he's a bad guy. He's just sensitive. But I also don't think he gets the credit he deserves. Like, it bothered me when he went to Golden State. He was the best player on that team. It wasn't Steph Curry. I get that Steph Curry was the engine that drove that thing. But the two MVPs in those finals were Kevin Durant. And had he not gotten hurt, they would have won 3 in a row. Kevin Durant did not ride anyone's coattails to an NBA title. Kevin Durant was as important as any player, and I make the argument the most important player on those 2 title teams. But we all crapped on him. And yet his ego couldn't handle it, and so he had to leave. And
you know why they crapped on him, though. I mean,
I know.
Come on, he was the best player, but he had to go. The problem that people had is he had to go to Golden State, a team that had already won multiple championships, to win a championship. Yeah. And then he has the audacity to leave there. That's not good enough for him, and he has to go somewhere. And then those torpedo both Brooklyn and Phoenix.
Oh, in the worst possible way.
And people are laughing.
Yeah.
And I get why.
I know. That's why I
So
said.
nobody wants to see him.
I do. I am not saying that Durant does not deserve the hate. I just would like to see it for what I think is truly one of the great players that I've ever watched with my own 2 eyes, and I love watching him play. I would like to see him get one that kind of just, like I said, I like redemption stories. I think those are fun. Like, we love to crap on everyone in sports. That's what we do. We love to tear people down. It's kind of fun when someone gets to come full circle and go from being the ass to the, I'm not going to say he's liked, but appreciated. I think those are good stories when that happens.
All right, coming up next, it is time to begin MLB Underboob.
At this point, now we've delayed it. Someone says we're at full boob at this point.
Full boob, full frontal.
Full frontal.
Next on The Fan. MLB Underboob. We've got a lot of baseball.
Let's do it.
We've got a lot of stuff here that has been piling up. My notes are lengthy regarding the baseballs.
So we have been pushing it off now for
Yeah. Well,
and a half.
the season has started, and we haven't really talked about it yet.
No.
And they're already 7 games in, and the Padres aren't going to lose, and neither are the Dodgers.
The Dodgers are actually statistically off to like the best start in Major League history
Well, for a champion.
for a champion.
Yeah, they're 7-0.
I think 7-0, and the numbers that they're putting up, they're just
That's the best record for a World Series champion to open a season since the 1933 Yankees.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know if you know about the 1933 Yankees, but they had a guy by the name of Babe Ruth
I've heard he's pretty good.
on the team.
Although I would like to point out your San Diego Padres
7-0.
7-0 and have a better run differential,
They won again today.
plus 25.
Padres, Dodgers in the NL West. It's going to be wild.
Let's do it. The plucky Giants are sitting there at 5-1. Look out!
What was I going to tell you?
I don't know.
Oh, we have to start with pants.
Yes, I know where you're going with this. I saw these today.
So there's a guy by the name of Dennis Santana who pitches for the Pirates. He's their new closer.
The Pirates.
And boy, I got to tell you, man,
Yeah.
he has taken some liberties with his baseball pants.
Well, they're not really pants.
Well, here's what it sounded like on the broadcast today, because he pitched today. This was from today.
Baseball pants or shorts?
They look like shorts to me.
That's like almost mid quad.
So if you didn't see, you got to look it up.
Yeah.
Dennis Santana, it is almost mid quad. His pants are at least 3 inches above his knee.
Yes, this is like, I want to say it was in the late 70s, early 80s. The White Sox, for
Yeah.
a brief time, they wore little softball sliding shorts. That is what that looks like. And it makes it awkward even more so in that he's rolling them up. Like, you would think that he could just get someone to hem those pants for him, but it appears that he has rolled those up himself. And then he's wearing like knee-high socks and then with spandex underneath. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. So it's not like he's bare-legged.
No.
Uh,
I do like the socks. He's got the pirate socks with the bridge on it. The socks are a good look. I just
why does he
it's
do that?
alarming. I don't know.
Because Hunter Pence did this, but Hunter Pence, he had his pants like just over the top of his knees.
Yeah.
This
There's several
is
inches
even
above.
further.
Yes. Well, I will say that if you've paid any attention, the kids are bringing back the short shorts. The NBA guys are going with the short shorts. NFL players are wearing these and pulling them up over the knee, and now it's made its way to Major League Baseball. Because for a while there, you know, the Manny Ramirez's and the CC Sabathias, they was to have big fat pants, and you would cut the elastic out of the bottom, and they would hang like below your cleats. And now we've gone the other way. We have the Walker Buehler tight pants, and now what's this cat's name? Martinez?
Dennis Santana.
Dennis Santana. Yeah, we've officially started the cool kids roll.
I want to play this again because I love the old guy.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to
Did
make
you
of
hear?
it.
Yeah.
Baseball pants or shorts?
They look like shorts to me.
That's like almost mid quad.
Look like shorts to me.
I guess there's no rule how to wear your pants in Major League Baseball.
Apparently not.
You know?
Who knew you could make a new bat and you could wear your pants like that?
Yeah.
What is going on in baseball?
Well, torpedo pants and then hot pants, or torpedo bats and hot pants.
Torpedo bats.
Yeah.
The torpedo barrel. By the way, in the news again today.
Yeah. Did you see that are you talking about the
bat.
Stanton controversy?
Yeah, the Giancarlo Stanton controversy. So the torpedo bat, which we have yet to talk about, it is it's straight out of the why didn't someone think of this sooner department?
Yeah.
Because it's a great idea and it is working.
Yeah, so someone did some analytics and found that the ball never really hits off the end of the bat, and if it does, nothing good happens to it. So they just moved a bunch of the weight in the wood from the top of the bat further down. So it starts skinnier, gets fatter, and then goes to a regular bat taper. So it doesn't look like a traditional bat. Hence, it looks like a torpedo.
Yeah, and it's created by this MIT physicist who now everybody is lauding. His name is Aaron Lienhard,
Mm-hmm.
and they call him the most interesting man in baseball. He is on the Yankees payroll, and he created this. And the Yankees, by the way, not every player uses it.
No, Judge doesn't use it.
Well, Judge doesn't need it.
No.
Because the idea was to bring the barrel to the area where the hitter makes the most contact.
Yes.
And it started with Anthony Volpe, or Volpe, or whatever his name is, the shortstop for the Yankees. And because he was always getting jammed.
Yeah.
So he just moved the barrel of the bat, which is perfectly legal. The only thing you have to have for a legal bat is it can't be anything over, I think, 42 inches long, and the diameter has to be, at its thickest, the diameter has to be within a certain number.
Yeah, because
but it doesn't matter where the barrel is on the bat.
No, because there is some rules. When I was going, apparently we all became rules expert. There is a rule that you could interpret that the bat has to have a uniform taper, but it's not really. It's kind of the way you interpret it. And so Major League Baseball said this is fine, and these have actually been around for a while.
Yeah.
They just said that a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago, when this happened, no one was really interested in them.
Right. All it took was a couple players to start having some success with them.
Yes.
And now it's blown up, and guys are asking. Like Ellie De La Cruz uses it. Adley Rutschman is using one.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of guys now, but the Yankees, they have 17 home runs in 4 games. That is a Major League Baseball record.
Well, they had a lot of it came. They had one series where there were like 2 games where they scored like 30 runs. Like it was insane. So I mean, I don't.
I think you mean obscene.
Obscene. Yeah, it's insane. I'm waiting to see is how much of this is legit. How much of this is you just like De La Cruz has one hot game and now, oh my God, he's doing this. Well, he's a good player. You will get guys that have breakout games. So I'm not.
You still got to hit the ball.
You do have to hit the ball,
but it does make sense because they study where these guys make the most contact. This isn't just, oh, I think I get jammed a lot, so I need this bat. No, they run the numbers in the cages multiple times, hundreds of times over, maybe even thousands, maybe even millions. More.
They say they've never seen anything like it.
And
it's amazing.
so they know which guys would benefit from this bat, and the guys that would benefit from this bat are using it, and it is.
But I would point out
it makes a ton of sense.
There was an article in The Athletic saying that again, people have been using these for years, and it hasn't made this ginormous difference. So let's wait more than 7 games before we start talking about that there's a revolution here, or that it needs to be banned, or
Well, yeah.
Again, Aaron Judge doesn't use one, and last time I checked, Aaron Judge is still hitting the living hell out of the baseball.
Well, but Aaron Judge isn't your average player.
No.
That's the thing.
But also, it's not going to take an average player and make him into Aaron Judge.
Oh, well, Volpe looks pretty good.
That's what steroids do.
So Stanton,
it is interesting.
I think it's interesting too. I mean, it's definitely it's got baseball buzzing. I'll say that.
Sure.
The Stanton thing, and he's being a little bitch because he's hurt.
He had 2
again.
He had 2 elbow surgeries last year,
and he said this in spring training. His words were, "I have some elbow issues from a switch in my bat."
Yeah.
He used this bat when he was doing things in the playoffs with the Yankees. He was using this bat, and he said that. He said that my injuries are a result of me switching my bat, or at least he thought, right? Well, he is now walking that way back, because somebody picked up on that and was like, wait a minute, this is why Stanton's elbows are fried. And so he's like, no. And now he's being a little bitch about it because he's like, well, this is the narrative. And see, this is what happens. You said it, dude. But now he's claiming that it's just some narrative that the media made up because it's more sensational than just he has elbow tendonitis.
Yes.
Right. So he's kind of, he said, so there is an idea out there that, and he's always hurt. So you can't, it's hard to, use him as the example. But there is a thing out there, a thought out there that they need to study what this does to a guy's for injuries.
They're just saying, I guess, the torque on the elbows and how hard you can swing it and all that. Like, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, the contact's closer to. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just be careful when a player says that I was injured because of XYZ. You're not a doctor, and I haven't heard anyone else make that claim. But yeah, and as you pointed out, he's walking it back. But we'll see. Anytime there's like this, oh my God, this is going to change the game forever, we'll wait and see what happens. But it would make sense.
Well, I don't know who's saying that. I just think it just, for some hitters, it will help them.
Sure.
It has to.
Yeah.
Because that's where they make the most contact.
Well, and you have seen bats made of different material. You see them where they hollow out the top. People use lighter bats. Back in the day, you ever seen like the bats that were used like in the 50s and 60s? It was like swinging a table leg. Those things were huge. And now guys, they're using lighter bats and games evolve, equipment evolves. And so it's kind of interesting that baseball really hasn't had a ton of innovation. Although, what was the one a couple years ago? The axe handles at the bottom, that became a thing. Instead of having the knob, there became the axe handle. Was it birch? I want to say a number of years ago, there was a different type of wood that was being used that everyone fell in love with a bit. It was kind of like that grayish color. I forget what it was, but that became, all the rage. So, here's the next one, and we'll see what happens.
Well, we have more Major League Baseball underboob coming up for you on today's show.
Mm-hmm.
True story.
But it's going to have to be later because we got to move on.
I want the flaming bat.
What do you mean?
You ever seen that where they do that with the Savannah bananas?
Yeah, just catch it or just light it on fire?
Yeah, there's they have a thing where I forget why, but one guy, once a game, you can call for the guy to have the flaming bat or something.
It's from a video game.
Is it a video game?
I can't remember if it's MLB Slugfest, where after you hit a couple home runs, it catches on fire, or if it was Biggs, but it's an offshoot.
Yeah,
of
it's
a
like something
video
like
game.
you light the bat on fire, and then if you hit a home run, it's worth like double or triple or something. So it's like dropping the hammer in TGL. Light the bat on fire.
Yeah, look at you. TGL references. I love that.
Well, who doesn't love
The season's over.
Who
We're
doesn't
still
love-
talking TGL.
Hey, we can't get enough
Drop
of
that
it.
flag.
Can't get enough.
Billy Horschel I saw a big interview with Billy Horschel about it. You want me to tell you what he said?
No, I don't.
What?
I don't like that you're watching interviews of Billy Horschel. We need you to get a new hobby, stat.
No, that's my hobby, bro.
Sit around watching Billy. I saw this big long form interview with Billy Horschel. I couldn't get enough.
It's true.
Fell asleep halfway.
It was a long form interview with Billy Horschel, and I could not get enough of it.
The only interview that I've ever watched in the world of golf that I found remotely interesting is I liked when Faraday had his show.
Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, Faraday did a nice job.
There's some interesting guys. Maybe one or two. I mean, Phil's interesting.
Phil's interesting.
DeChambeau.
Only because he's a degenerate.
Well, yeah, but he's a smart guy, thoughtful. DeChambeau's interesting, and that's probably the end of the list
Not a lot.
in golf.
Not a lot.
I mean,
Go birdie. Tiger Woods might be the most uninteresting figure in the history of golf.
yeah, he's not.
God, that guy's boring.
Yeah, he's not a lot to him, is there?
He likes waitresses.
All right. The in the news seggy or seggies is next. What if there were a Saturday market for drugs?
Interesting. I think there is, but they're called homeless camps.
No, there is a Saturday market for drugs.
Is there really?
Yep.
Could you tell me where it's at just so I know
I can, and I
where
will.
to stay away from?
Right. I can and I will. Coming up next, here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on the Fan, couple MLB games already final. The Brewers won on a walk-off sacrifice squeeze over the Royals in 11 innings. That one ended 3-2. St. Louis Cardinals got a win over the surging Angels. They won that one 12-5. And your Seattle Mariners were able to hold on, got a couple of runs early on. Dylan Moore hit a home run. They beat the Tigers 3-2. Mariners are now 3-4 on the season. They get tomorrow off as they go on their first road trip of the year. Over in the NBA is looking into Memphis star Ja Morant after an incident where Morant was using his hands and arms to mimic like he was shooting a gun towards the Warriors bench late on Tuesday night. Morant has already been suspended twice by the NBA for brandishing a firearm on social media. The 76ers announced that their star center Joel Embiid is set to undergo arthroscopic surgery on his left knee. Embiid's going to be reevaluated in 6 weeks, and he is expected to make a full recovery. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Live.
What?
Oh, we're watching the Mets not beat the Marlins. It's great.
Yeah.
You paid Juan Soto how much money?
700 and something million.
Okay, well, he should probably come through right here, right?
Well, they had
10th inning,
they
2
had
on.
first and third with no one out, and they've hit 2 fly balls, and neither one of them has been deep enough to score the runner. So
It is April 2, 2025. It's time now for In the News. I am your newsman. Hello, thank you.
What an exciting time.
Thank
it
you,
is exciting. Go Owls.
ladies and gentlemen. It is brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com.
I like the new tagline. Have you been beaten with a bat?
It is National Peanut Butter and Jelly Day.
Like a good PB&J.
When's the last time you had one? I haven't had one for years.
I make one every now and then. I don't know. I bet you I have, in a year, I'll go 3 to 4 PB&Js.
Does an Uncrustable count?
Yeah, same thing.
Then recent-ish?
Yeah.
What is when you have one? Like, what's the mood? Like, you just want something light?
Yeah, mine is a lot like if maybe like you're gonna go to dinner and you don't really want to have like a big lunch,
Right.
but you got a little snacky snack happening there. You could do a lot worse than toasting some bread.
How much you pay that guy?
Don't start with me. We're moving on to the end of the
The
tent.
Uncrustables are nice because you can put them in the freezer.
Yeah.
And then you eat them. It's almost like a treat at the end of the night.
Yeah.
Uncrustable being just a peanut butter and jelly without crust.
Yeah, but it comes
That's the company name.
like the company name. It's
Never
a-
had one.
Yeah.
Sounds like a kid food.
It's a kid food or if you're stoned, one of those things. My kid likes them, my college son.
Yeah, it's a lot of times in college ate them. It's like that or the Hot Pocket.
But if you do, yeah, it's the Hot
Oh,
Pocket.
I remember
of
the
the
Hot
PB&J.
Pocket. God,
But-
those were good. Disgusting.
Toast
Pizza
some
rolls.
bread, like a nice Dave's Killer bread, little PB&J, and
Yeah.
then like some Ruffles or something, like a few chips. It's
not a bad little lunch.
That's delightful. A little light lunch.
It is also National Day of Hope.
Oh,
Are you hopeful?
I always try to have hope.
Anybody
hope is
hopeful right now?
Hope is a good thing. Nervous, but
About what?
just in general, nervous, but hopeful.
Freedom seeds?
Oh, hopeful. That's all I can say. Hopeful.
Well, I was asking you, what if there were a Saturday market of for drugs?
And someone pointed out, isn't the Saturday market for drugs just the Saturday market?
Yeah, that's fair. Although I was down there a couple weekends ago when the weather was really nice. We
Yeah.
went down there,
Yeah.
and it was delightful.
Yeah.
It's not
No.
overrun by
No. Look.
the zombies.
The BTJ, the big time Japanese father-in-law, was in town, and we walked all over the city, and that was like on a.
Did you go to Saturday market?
No,
I guess no, that was midweek.
It was midweek, but I'm telling you, they have done for all the crap that our city gets, and they should. They have done a nice job. It is so much better than it
In
used to
some
be.
areas.
In some areas.
Yeah.
But we walked around a lot of the city, and it has gotten better. And yes, they have done a night because we were down there on NATO, the cherry blossoms. It was a nice day. Everyone was out there. Look, I get there's rough parts of the city. It is not a needle-driven hellhole down there. It's just not. They've done a nicer job.
Unless you go to Delta Park.
Well, that's a whole other. Say
Or
downtown.
right over here by us.
It's not that bad. Remember
Just
when we
depends.
first started?
Like I said,
Yeah, it's gotten better. Yeah, around here it has.
I'm just saying.
But they're somewhere else. It's not
Yes.
like they've disappeared.
No.
They just move them.
Well, it's like when you clean your room, you just
It's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah, shove it under the bed or out that direction. If you went to the Saturday market, I'm willing to guess
It was
that
nice.
of the major drugs, I bet you if you give me a half hour, I'm getting that drug for you. I'll get you some weed, I'll get you some blow, probably get you some fentanyl, maybe get you some ecstasy. I think you can definitely some mushrooms. 30 minutes, you're getting that.
I got to tell you too, man. There is not one thing down there that I would buy.
You don't need like a leather belt or some sort of metal sign.
Well, you know how it is. It's like you stroll through there and you're like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But I would never buy that.
No.
Like that's cool. That's way too expensive.
Once in a while, art almost gets me.
Yeah, it's
I'll be
some art
down there because like someone will paint, like someone will have like a really cool, big kind of abstract painting of the Portland skyline with like the stag sign, and you're like, man, that's awesome. And then they want like $1,500 for it, and you're like, man, no offense, but not exactly Picasso there, and so you move on.
I used to buy flowers at those.
Yeah, you can buy flowers.
Flowers?
Yeah, like if you got a girlfriend or
Yeah.
just like the only reason I'm there is if I'm with a girl. So
I just like the funnel cakes
Yeah,
and the wine.
yeah. Except I gotta lie, I'm not gonna lie. Some of the local wineries there that are like handing out samples, boy, some of that stuff's rough.
Yeah, it can be.
They're like,
You
ooh.
got to know the right ones to go to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got some toilet wine going on there, or someone's like, "Oh, this is a 100%, ethically sourced." Then you try it, and you're like, "Yeah, no." But there's always good treats. There's usually like good bakeries down there.
Yeah.
Get a nice scone.
You can play in the fountain, take your pants off,
Yeah, that's
run around
it's a little kid's game.
with children.
I don't think I can take my pants off. I take my pants off downtown. I feel like I'm getting arrested.
What? Federal agents arrested the owner of a Gresham property over the weekend for allegedly operating an illegal drug market. Vendors would allegedly sell everything from marijuana and ketamine to psilocybin mushrooms, LSD, and cocaine.
Right.
As first reported by the Oregonian Kevin Olson, who is a 46-year-old man, faces federal gun and drug charges, more specifically, felony in possession of a firearm and maintaining a drug-involved premises charge. As of Monday night, he is behind bars. Now,
Yeah, you can't do that. As much as we want to run the
you're not allowed.
the drug market, you're not allowed to.
Federal investigators first learned about the so-called Portland Sunday Market.
Oh,
They called it the Sunday Market.
how was I not aware of this?
More than a year ago, according to court documents, agents said the event was occurring around Portland, originally in Southeast. The court documents likened it to a farmer's market where vendors gathered at a location to sell various illicit substances.
Look,
That's fantastic.
I'm not gonna lie. If you asked me, because I'm looking here at the photos, so there's a bunch of guns, obviously, bunch of guns, bunch of drugs. If you told me,
That's what they seized.
yeah, that's what they see.
Yeah.
But it's there. If you had to say, which would you rather do? Go wander around Saturday market, right, and the various things that you can buy there, or I can wander around the Sunday market. And I'm not saying I'm going to buy anything,
But you can just check it
but
out.
I can just check it out. I'm going to the Sunday market.
Sunday, way more interesting.
Way more interesting.
But I don't want to get arrested, so I'm not going.
I don't either. That's what I'm saying. Well, can I get arrested for being at the market? I didn't buy anything.
Okay, so I'm going to give you an option.
Hey, I'm just looking, man.
I'm going to send you to Portland Saturday Market,
yeah.
but you have to take your pants off and get in the
Get in the fountain.
with kids.
Yeah.
Or I'll give you your pants,
Yeah.
but you got to go run around Sunday Market.
Taking the Sunday market. I would legitimately be interested in what's happening at the Sunday market. Like, I want to know is there little individual vendors? And is it the same sort of I'm bartering prices here, or people being friendly? I feel safe. I don't think anything bad's going to happen to me at the Sunday market. Let's go.
I love our listeners. We've already got somebody who's been there. He's like, "Oh, it's great." Yeah, he said, I picked up some weed, some mushrooms. Didn't even realize they had other drugs there.
Yeah.
Had some edible cotton candy. Great stuff.
Hey, let's see.
2 thumbs up.
I like where
Cotton
we're going
candy's
with
gross.
this. I'm kind of upset that I wasn't aware of where this Sunday market was at, and now I can't go because it's been shut down. It's like when that guy over off of Burnside opened up the mushroom house. He literally opened a mushroom business, right down the road from the soccer stadium, and he was like, "What, huh?" And then the cops 3 days later showed up and were like, "Yeah, you can't do that. We're going to arrest you now."
So neighbors who did not want to be interviewed or identified told KGW that traffic would take over the normally quiet gravel street during these events, and they weren't entirely sure what was happening on the property. They didn't know.
I love everything about this.
So this past Sunday, investigators seized the drugs and arrested Olson. That morning, they also executed a search warrant in his home. He lives in Boring, and recovered, that's what the photo you're looking at, guns, pistols, revolvers, rifles,
Yeah.
ammo.
Sorry, Kevin. Not allowed to do that.
Also, both locations have active illegal marijuana growing operations. He has 973 marijuana plants.
It's a lot of plants.
So they got the guy. So now there is an opening
For a drug market.
for a drug market leader.
Look, all I know
They'll be
about
taking your application.
I know one thing about drugs or anything illegal.
They're bad.
Clearly, don't ever do that. But when you take one away and it creates a vacuum, something else will fill that hole.
Well, yeah. Those people got to get their drugs somewhere.
Exactly.
So where will it be? Maybe Saturday Market.
Well, it's in Gresham.
This one was, yeah.
Yeah, this one's in Gresham. Just maybe Wood Village. Just hop over there. Maybe the fine folks of Sandy. I don't know. It's got to be someplace rural, I'm guessing, right?
What if they set it up at the top of Multnomah Falls?
Ooh, you got to hike up there?
Yeah. Make you work to get your drugs.
My gal did suggest, because it's supposed to be nice this weekend, we go on a hike. I'm like, oh, don't worry. Where are we going? I got a place. Just bring cash.
What is all this?
Just bring cash and head on up there.
Okay, up next. Well, we had another flight. So if you were on a flight this morning on Alaska to go to Vegas, you turned around and came back to Portland.
Oh, boy.
We'll tell you why next on The Fan.
This is The Fan.
because in the news, April 2nd, the day after April Fool's Day.
I do like that a lot of our listeners were aware and have participated in the Sunday drug hunt.
Yeah, they love it. They're
Yeah.
like, oh, it's great.
Yeah, I said about 20 vendors there. He said
One-stop shop.
Everything but opiates.
So if you were on a flight to Vegas this morning on Alaska, you had to turn around and come back to Portland.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, that's not a good flight to turn around once
No.
you're in the air.
You're a little. I mean, you're all excited
You're
about going
fired
to
up.
Vegas, and it's a short flight. And the next
Yeah.
thing you know,
Next thing you know, you're like, that's not Vegas.
no, it is not.
That's not the New York, New York.
No. Why did we turn around? Is there a kerfuffle? Did someone poo? Door fall off?
Well, later I have a story about a woman who, this was not a Portland to Vegas, Alaska flight,
No.
but a woman who was projectile vomited upon
Ooh,
on the plane. But that'll be later.
okay. That's not this.
No, this was fumes, which is almost not even like,
Fumes.
it's kind of boring. Well, they just smelt fumes.
And that's it? You turned around?
Yeah, so there's so much wild stuff that happens on flights now that we read
Fumes?
about, that fumes is kind of a boring story.
Although if I smelled like burning wire.
That's what they smell
Oh, yeah, you can't.
in the cockpit.
Ooh.
And so the guy was like, yeah, I'm going back to Portland.
How long into the flight?
Just minutes after
Okay.
takeoff.
All right. So you're not that upset.
And then the passengers said that they smelt it too.
Oh, that's, yeah.
And so they were like, yeah, we're going home.
I don't know of all the smells that happen on an airplane, but I'm guessing an electrical fire is probably high on the list of things you don't want to smell.
The aircraft landed safely. There was no fire or ongoing safety threat, but Portland fire crews made medical evaluation services available to crew and passengers.
So what was
Oh,
this?
you know, somebody was like,
It's the big one.
I got a headache. Oh.
Well, do we know what?
No, they
What,
don't
was
know.
someone wearing electrical fire perfume? Is that like,
They don't know.
huh? So just everyone smelled a random electrical fire
They
and
don't
now
know.
nothing.
They detected a strong odor, but they don't know what it is.
I'll tell you what, that plane better not have just like, you're fine, get back up and then
Nah,
maybe
don't worry
take,
about it.
Maybe take that one out of rotation.
Yeah, they did. They put him on another flight, sent him down to Vegas. So again, not a
Everything's
very
fine.
exciting story, but yeah,
Probably
that
a
is
little-
kind of
A
weird.
little scary though.
Yeah.
Well, imagine you're sitting on an airplane, right? You're getting ready to, you're warming up the old craps hand there. Got a taste of that pie gal maybe. Next thing you know, you smell an electrical fire, and then they tell you that they're turning the plane around.
Okay, but
That's a pucker factor of 12.
here's the question. Let's say you are halfway there,
Yeah,
over halfway there.
keep going.
Let's get to Vegas.
Well, actually, I would say land immediately.
Well, what if there's no other airport?
Well, I'm guessing there has to be an airport.
They're all
between-
on fire.
Then fine, keep going. But I'll tell you what I'm not willing to push my way through is the electrical fire on an airplane.
You're exactly at the midway point of the flight. All of a sudden, you smell that.
Sure, keep going.
Let's just get to Vegas. They'll deal with it. Do they have fire department in
They have
Vegas?
fire department.
Thank you.
I'm willing to guess though between here, I'm looking to see what would be the nearest.
Well, it depends on your route,
Yeah,
but you could probably drop down and halfway. What would be halfway? Maybe.
it's not like a Salt Lake sort of thing. I don't
I don't think you go that far over, do you?
know. I'm trying to see. I'm gonna
San Jose.
I'm gonna look up
possibly?
on the map where we go from there.
Lodi? Where's Lodi?
You don't want to be in Lodi.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you what.
It's a pretty desolate
I'm
out
looking
there.
here at the flight path, and it's
Land on Crater Lake.
well, you could land in Bend.
Okay.
Outside of
definitely not
Bend,
I don't think you
halfway.
could land in Bend, could you?
why not? They got an airport.
It's not a. Well, they do, but I don't think you can land all planes. Can you land
I don't think so.
I don't think you can land all
the
planes.
big planes? I don't think you can land.
You'd probably hook a lefty, and you're going to Boise.
Uh,
Yeah. You're taking the wild hooker. You're gonna get down. You're gonna take a left. I think you're going to Boise.
Fresno.
Nah, Fresno again. It looks like I'm looking at the actual flight path that they take.
Can we
and-
land on Lake Tahoe?
Hey, you just put me down in Tahoe. Eureka seems like a lovely time. So maybe just let me off there and we'll call it good.
And finally, the Portland WNBA expansion franchise has hired a team president.
Oh,
And I only tell you this because her name is Inky.
Inky?
That's her name.
Is that her actual name or is that like oil can boy? Inky.
Inky Sun. S-O-N. It's her first. She is their first employee.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
When do they?
Inky.
Is it next Is it next year or 2 years from now?
I don't know.
Because we don't have a team name or anything yet.
She's from South Korea. She was the chief administrative officer for the NBA Players Association.
Oh. Hey,
She was in the fashion industry before that, and her name's Inky.
I'll say this. Excited for the WNBA for the city of Portland. It's great. Hopefully we support it. Me personally, 2 thumbs. Meh. I'm all
So
right.
I think it's next year.
Okay.
It says.
Go Portland. Whatever.
I think
don't-
the WNBA draft is coming up next week.
Is it really?
I think it is. Don't ask me how I know that.
How do you know that?
Because I'm a sports guy.
You don't know.
Big sports guy.
You have no idea.
I think it's next week.
I saw that Notre Dame player that was supposed to be the number 2 pick behind Paige Beckers. She's coming back.
She's in the portal, I think.
Yeah, she's in the portal. She wants to get paid.
She's going to get paid more than. Yeah, look at you. Monday, April 14th.
Yeah, next week.
No, it'd be
Right?
week after that.
Oh, 12
But
days.
you were close.
Yeah. Week and a half.
Boy, that's a hell of a thing that you knew
That's right.
when the WNBA draft was.
I'm on it, guys.
Yeah.
I'm on it for you
I looked
guys.
up key dates for the
Caitlin Clark is
2025
white.
WNBA season.
So when Portland will there be an expansion draft or
Yes. So they protect,
God, I can't wait.
like the Valkyries just had that with Golden State, their new team. So yeah, each team gets to protect so many players, and you get to pick from that. And
They got Kate Martin.
don't know who that is.
who's that?
She played at Iowa with Caitlin Clark. Was on
Will-
the Aces.
Will dialed into the WNBA.
She's
I'm
yeah,
well aware of
He's on it.
what's going on.
What if they drafted Sue Bird? Would she have to come play then?
I think might be a poor choice. And she like 40 years old?
I saw her this morning. She was on Good Morning America or one of those stupid shows.
Yeah.
CBS Good Mornings.
Oh God, she's 44.
Huh?
like mine.
She looks great. Her and she's with
Megan
Rapinoe.
Rapinoe?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's Rapino. Idiot.
I believe it's Rapinoe.
Are you a sports guy?
Yeah, it is. It's Megan Rapinoe. She's the winner of
Finally, but not last, winner of the Golden Boot, the tournament's top scorer, and the Golden Ball, the best player, Megan Rapinoe.
Sorry. Megan Rapinoe it is.
Megan Rapinoe.
Yeah. Winner of the Golden Boot of the tournament.
All right.
Why was she on Good Morning America?
I don't know. I didn't care to listen to what they had to say, but
Big jerk.
they were on there. That is in the news April 2, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next. The Mariners, did they win today? You're going to find out. And we've got some other cool stuff to tell you about.
I like cool stuff.
So stick around on The Fan.
the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. A Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Vulcan Design and Construction. Check out their award-winning outdoor living designs or schedule your free design consultation at vulcandc.com. First on the Fan, 10-time NBA All-Star and former Portland Trailblazer Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he has been elected into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Anthony finished his career with 28,289 points. That puts him currently in 10th place all time. Over in the MLB, the Boston Red Sox and their rookie second baseman Christian Campbell have already agreed to an 8-year extension worth $60 million. Campbell has played a total of 5 MLB games. Over in the NBA, the 76ers announced today that star center Joel Embiid is set to undergo arthroscopic surgery on his left knee. Embiid will be reevaluated in 6 weeks and is expected to make a full recovery. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest.
We having a nice little Wednesday. It's your Sports Bros here. Rob, that's me. Big Sook's right over there.
Right here.
Dude.
Ryan Buckley's out at Bandon Dunes playing golf.
And yes, you are right. He just got back from Hawaii, and now he's in Bandon Dunes for the week.
So we've got Will Ortner stepping in again.
Not in Hawaii or playing Bandon Dunes.
What would the Fan do without Will Ortner?
It'd be fine.
Well, I tend to think so too, but I was trying to give you your props.
Yeah, we're trying to prop you up, man. Hey,
I'm
you're
tall
here
enough.
because Buck is the new AJ McCord. We never really know when Buck will or won't be here. He's on
Living his best life.
He's on the payroll, but we don't think this is Buck's main gig.
He's 1 foot out the door.
Exactly. He's just waiting for his wife to tell him that he can be a house husband again. Because he was for like 2 years, and he claims that like wasn't the best part of his life. I'm like, oh, all right. That guy doesn't want to work.
Coming up here, we'll have more Major League Baseball underboob, where we will talk about the A's debut in Sacramento.
Which is just weird.
What is wrong with Aaron Rodgers? An expose.
Well, didn't you watch Enigma?
I actually did watch it.
Did you really?
Yeah, I didn't get all the way through it, but I
couldn't watch that pile of crap.
I did watch, and it's exactly what you think it is.
Yes.
It's his propaganda.
And I may be missing someone here, but I find him to be the most insufferable boob in all of sports. And that's saying something because I watched LeBron James once go, yeah, it was at that moment I knew I was the greatest player of all time. And yet he is so much he's so much easier to root for than Aaron Rodgers.
I would not characterize Aaron Rodgers as a boob.
Yeah.
But I would characterize him as insufferable times a million.
Yeah.
And so what is going on with him? So we got to talk about that. Even though we don't know.
Is it Mike Tomlin that said they were flirting with each other, right? They were like romancing each other. So I don't think they had gone the whole way yet, but I think they were doing some hand stuff over the clothes. Oh, no. I think that's what was happening with him and the Steelers.
And rest in peace, Val Kilmer, a segment in the club tonight.
That's tough.
He has died.
Yeah.
Right now, the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food. Discover Victor Rico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victorricos.com. Number 5.
Mark Lohr and Alex Rodriguez will obtain full ownership of the Minnesota Timberwolves after resolving their dispute with old owner Glenn Taylor.
I saw that. I thought that thing got resolved months ago.
No, they were in... Taylor threatened to back out,
Yeah.
and then there was an arbitrator.
But then the arbitrator ruled a while ago that it was A-Rod's team and this other guy, so I thought it was done.
Well-
And then today it came out that I guess now it's done?
Well, Taylor was going to appeal the arbitrator's ruling, and he chose not to. He sat down with A-Rod and Lohr. They hugged it out. The price tag is a cool and, dare I say, steal of a deal, $1.5 billion.
When I think that was the problem is at the time when they agreed to the price, then everything else started selling, like the Suns and all these teams, and I think the doucher in Minnesota was like, whoa, let's renegotiate.
Yeah,
And they were
because
like,
they were valued at $3.5 million.
Yeah.
That guy got ripped off.
I'll tell you what, $1.5 million for any NBA, for any sports franchise.
It's a good deal.
And that's a screaming deal.
Well, I don't know about all.
That's true. But for the most part, I mean, my God, the Celtics just sold for, 6 or something?
Number 4.
Padres lock up Jackson Merrill, their 20-year-old phenom. 9-year extension, $135 million. He proceeds to hit a home run today, and the Padres are now 7-0.
By the way, this is what, I know it's a risky thing signing young guys to big contracts, but this is like what the Braves did. I love this because, when you do this, you give yourself some cost certainty. As salaries go up, you're betting that he's going to continue to be a long-term player, and this contract's going to look better and better.
Yeah, Padres beat the Guardians today. Mariners get 7 strong from Luis Castillo in a 3-2 win over the Tigres. Seattle is now a whopping 3-4 on the young season.
Yeah, and they don't hit very much. So
No way. Couldn't have seen that coming.
who's the guy down in Arizona that they got rid of that's hitting bombs left and right?
Eugenio Suarez.
Yes, Suarez.
Yeah, he's got like 8 bombs or something for
He's pulling
Arizona.
the Teoscar Hernandez. Like, they're not good enough for the Mariners, and they go somewhere else, and then they just rake.
Rangers win 5 of their first 7. They shut out the Reds today, 1-0.
Number 3.
Oh, Reds. I was thinking Red Sox. Because
No, the Reds.
Yeah, Devers, I think, has his first hit, by the way.
Why is that news?
Red Sox, because he was like 0 for...
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was like 0 for 17.
What a little bitch.
I think he got his first hit. He
He had like 15 strikeouts on the year, too.
It was brutal. It was
What's
like
going
one
on
of,
with him?
Well, remember they signed Bregman and he was bitching that he wasn't going to move to DH. Well, they moved him to DH and he started the year. I think he was like 0 for 16 with like 12 strikeouts, and people were like, So I think he finally got a hit.
The NBA is looking into finger gun taunts by Ja Morant towards the Warriors bench last night. Could face some punishment there.
Well, dude, when you've been suspended multiple times for being a jackass with real guns, why are you pointing? And by the way, including pointing real guns at NBA buses. How dumb is Ja Morant?
Pretty dumb, I think.
Yes. I mean, it's.
I'm going to go
it's
with pretty dumb.
kind of shocking how stupid he is.
Is it?
You would think that someone would have got a hold of him at some point. By the way, I
Can't
lied.
get through.
Devers had an RBI,
Hell yeah.
but he is still
Oh.
he is still hitless.
Jeez.
He is 0 for 19.
Much
by
like
way.
the Cowboys and Lions are fixtures on Thanksgiving, reports the NFL will be making the Chiefs a fixture on Christmas Day. Kansas City's played on Christmas each of the last 2 seasons, and they have reportedly asked the league to make them a staple each year. And the NFL will likely oblige, as the Chiefs were involved in 4 of the 8 most watched games of the regular season last year.
It's kind of weird they want to be there. That's kind of a funky part of it. Maybe
Make it a tradition.
Just make it, yeah. I don't know. You do worse than the Chiefs, though, on Christmas Day. I'm sure the NBA is still.
Well, right now you could do worse than the Chiefs, so wait until they suck like the Lions. I mean, used to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Valid point. Yeah, Mahomes is going to be
Or
around
the
for a
Cowboys.
while. So
I should have said the Cowboys.
It's going to be 15 years until the Chiefs suck again. It's hard to suck when you have Patrick Mahomes.
Let's do it. That's it, baby. Shut it from the roof.
Yeah, Devers is 0 for 19 with 15 strikeouts.
We suck again!
After refusing to switch positions.
Number 1.
And a couple of basketball notes. Wrapping up the Hot 5 at 5 here. Former Blazer great Carmelo Anthony reportedly notified that he has made the Basketball Hall of Fame class of 2025.
Can we now claim him as a Blazer Hall of Famer?
What if he wears a Blazers jersey into the hall? Do they do that in basketball? Is that a thing?
I don't think so, because the bust is just the head, so I don't think they have uniforms on.
He is 10th all-time in points. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on.
Yes.
Excuse me. Also, Chris Beard is staying at Ole Miss. He was the top candidate for the vacancy at Texas A&M. He said, though, that he's not going anywhere. Yeah. He's a rebel.
Until a better school comes and offers him more money, he'll be out of Ole Miss in 3 years.
He's 44 and 24 in 2 seasons. Victor Rico's Mexican Food, 19 locations across Oregon and Washington, now in Lackamas Square in Vancouver. Find a location near you at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. All right, well, the A's are in Sacramento now, and it's going quite strangely. And Aaron Rodgers, the wait continues. Those items coming up on The Fan. Back to the baseball underboob. One more little thing here before we move on to Aaron Rodgers. There's no news on Aaron Rodgers, by the way. It's like the Aaron Rodgers non-news. It's like the Brett Favre thing.
It's unbelievable. He just needs to sign in Minnesota, and that the circle will be complete. And that and defraud the poorest people in America out of several millions of dollars, and then become a political douche.
Okay, some commentary there.
Yeah, dude, Brett Favre can get bent. That is a horrible human being.
We surprised the so the A's are in Sacramento now.
Yes,
they're playing in that minor league stadium.
Yeah. And they don't want to be known as the Oakland A's or the Las Vegas A's or the Sacramento A's. They just want to be known as the A's.
Are we surprised they didn't sell out their opener?
No, I'm not.
You're not?
No.
That's not a very good look for Sacktown.
Well, but
it's only like 14,000 people in that stadium.
I understand, but if you're in Sacramento, were you an A's fan? And they're not staying there. I mean,
well, I think they want them to stay there.
Fisher,
I mean, they're not, but
Fisher has. And John Fisher, by the way, the owner, he has done a better job of alienating a fan base, a proud fan base. I literally can't recall something quite like this. I mean, there is no goodwill left for that team anywhere, let alone in Sacramento.
So they drew 12,192.
Yep.
The capacity is 14,000. And I saw John Lund, the former fan host, John Lund.
Yes.
Tweeted out somebody sent him a receipt for 2 16-ounce beers and a bag of nuts.
How much?
Guess.
So 2 16-ounce beers, bag of nuts. I'm going to go $12 on the beer, so 24, bag of nuts, 10, $34.
$51.13.
Well, there you go. I mean,
in Sacramento.
Dude, it's unbelievable.
At a minor league stadium.
At a minor league stadium.
John.
How Major League Baseball doesn't force him to sell. Someone needs to get that guy on tape, which is impossible because he never speaks. They need to get him on tape saying that he doesn't want his wife sleeping with like black guys or something. Like pull a Donald Sterling, get him out of there. Because you're telling me that in Vegas that's going to be any different? That he's going to go to a town like Vegas that's built on opulence and spending money, and he's going to operate any way other than what he's done for the however long he's owned that team? I feel bad for A's fans.
Black Dawn.
51 or $54.
Yeah, they're trying to get the Tampa guy to sell.
Yeah.
It is a good question. Why wouldn't they try to get the A's guy to sell?
I don't know. I mean,
that guy does whatever he wants.
Find me someone that is more toxic right now to a fan base than Fisher is to the A's. And now you're asking him, do we know what the ticket prices are to get into that ballpark?
I don't know.
So for 2 beers and some nuts, you're $50+. If that's the concession prices, I'm assuming the tickets are expensive too. And you're going to a minor league stadium. No wonder you're not selling that thing out. You're gonna have 5,000 people watching that crappy ass team.
This says ticket prices for A's games vary. As of Tuesday afternoon, tickets for Wednesday night's game against the Cubs range from $77 for a spot on the lawn to $277 for a seat in Salon Club seating, which is in the 200 level.
So to sit on the lawn, I'm assuming that's in the outfield. To bring your own blanket and sit down, you're going to charge me $70?
$77.
Dude.
And 20 cents too. A couple dimes.
To the people of Sacramento, dude, tell that guy to go take a flying F.
Seats in the box section in the 100s range in price from $117 to $167.
Shocking.
How about that?
Shocking.
No wonder they didn't sell it out.
Yeah.
Did you see where they're doing their press conferences?
Yeah, they built like a what is that?
It's like a tough shed.
Yeah, the Four Seasons Landscaping. Giuliani's having a press conference there too. Yeah, they put up like a tough shed, you see these at golf tournaments, where they put up the tents to just house different things. That's what they're doing. Like that thing, they're having all their press conferences there this year, and they spent a grand total of probably $200 to construct that thing. Everything about that organization is ridiculous.
It's a tool shed. Like, it's not like the tents. Well, I mean, it kind of looks like the tents like at golf tournaments, but those tents at golf tournaments, those are big tents.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of people in there.
This thing is small.
This thing is tiny.
Yes. It's tough shed sized, but with that white kind of tarp that you see on those golf tents.
It's crazy.
The whole thing is embarrassing. And if you're Major League Baseball, at what point is enough enough? I mean, the NHL did this. The Coyotes in Arizona got locked out of their building, didn't have a place to play, eventually ended up playing at Arizona State's club team's arena that I think housed like 5,000 or 6,000 people. And he didn't want to sell, and eventually the NHL just said, no, dude, we're done with this. Like, enough's enough. F you, you're out of here. And they sold him to Utah. So I don't care that they're moving to Vegas, but why Major League Baseball lets that guy continue to own that team is beyond me.
The other thing they're saying is that the A's, while they only want to be called the A's, they're not embracing Sacramento. A lot of people in Sacramento were really excited that the A's were coming there.
Yeah.
And they were greeted with Vegas logos everywhere. Apparently he's put
everywhere.
Yeah, all over the place.
So just letting the people of Sacramento know.
We're not staying here. Just so you know, Vegas. It's crazy. And they said that the tool shed that they're in doing press conferences, $6,000 at Home Depot.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? That's
not a bad deal.
I guess that's more expensive than I thought.
Hey, you got to pay Brent Rooker.
Well, and they signed Severino. So, I mean, that was his whole thing. When they signed Sevy in the offseason, they were like, see, told you once I could make some money, I'll spend. No, he won't. Dude, that thing, he's going to... Do we even know, by the way, if Vegas is going to build that stadium? I don't think there's a shovel in the ground.
It's torn down.
Yeah.
So this is right across from the illustrious old Hooters Hotel. So when I was over there in the summer, it's all torn down, but
they
nothing is
imploded it.
Built.
They're hoping to, they're hoping to break ground this summer, they said.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people keep talking about how, it's not a done deal. It's not a done deal. It's a done deal. They're going to Vegas. They just, it's going to take them some time to build the park.
Mm-hmm. So in the meantime, they play in front of...
Well, they had 12,000 there the other night.
It was below 10, I guess. I'm looking today. So each game it has gone down. So now they're saying the announced attendance right around 10,000 today. And if you look at the photo of the ballpark during the game, there is no way that is 10,000 people.
So how long before they're drawing 1,500 in Sac? That's crazy.
Yeah.
I thought Sacramento would be crazy for them. Major League Baseball. Like, imagine if the A's came to Portland.
I'd go.
I'm all over it.
I don't know, man. If they came here,
they're playing the Cubs tonight.
If they came here, and the Vegas logo is everywhere, and I got to deal with that owner,
yeah, it's baseball.
I know.
Though.
Look at this. By the way, this is. So they just finished batting practice, so this is 20 minutes before the start of the game. That's the crowd in Sacramento
Looks
today.
like a minor league game.
It looks like a minor league game.
And that's the Cubs, the Cubbies, the mighty Cubbies.
The only reason I go to those games is to watch the other team. Not going to see the A's. And it would bother me because then I'm putting money in that guy's pocket. I'd like to think that I would have the...
I'd go.
I would have the fortitude to say no, but,
I'd probably get season tickets.
At $176 or $70. That's the other thing. If I was going to that game and then you told me I had to pay $75, which means it's $100 with fees. $100 to go sit in the grass outfield? $100? I don't think so.
That's actually $110. I just looked up their prices for their April 7th home game.
So $110.
That's $110 to sit.
To bring my own blanket and sit in the outfield. The worst seat in the house is $110.
What if they give you a blanket?
It's a $110 blanket.
Yeah.
You're telling me how
With
many...
some baseball on the side?
All right, we're both big baseball guys. If Major League Baseball comes here, me and my buddy, we're going in on season tickets. We'll buy, we'll split them. I'll go to 30 games. Easy. If they came here, the A's, right? And they're doing we're going to be here for 2 years. And it's $110 to sit in the outfield. Realistically, how many games are you going to?
Oh, I don't know.
3?
Depends on the weather.
2?
1.
But if the tickets were $35, I think you're going to what, 15?
Probably more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do this with the Mariners, and
It's chicken.
I can't tell you how many times I'm sitting around. I go to probably 6 Mariner games a year, 5 to 6. And it's kind of a pain in the ass to drive up, but almost always what happens is I'll be sitting around and my buddy was like, hey, do you want to go up to a Mariner game? And the first thing we do is go look and see what an outfield seat will run you. And half the time, it just comes down to that. If we look and you can get something in the right field, those 3 sections in the right field, you can get you something usually in the first 5 to 6 rows. It's awesome if you can get your feet on the outfield wall, and all fees included, you can usually grab one of those depending on who they're playing. Obviously, it's not, if they're playing the Yankees or if they're playing the Dodgers or someone, but let's say it's a random team, they're playing the Guardians. You can usually sit out in that outfield seat for $30. You can sit out there for between $30 and $40. You can get a seat down one of the baselines for probably $45 or $50. And you're like, all right, we'll go. But I'll tell you right now, if I look at that and it's $100+ to sit in the outfield, me and my buddy looking at each other and being like, nah, we're good. I mean, price has to be included in this. And then you throw in, think about that, $110 to sit in the outfield. So for you and your buddy, you're into it for $220, and then 2 beers and peanuts were $54.
$51.13.
So for 2 beers, peanuts, and a ticket.
But they call it Home Run Hill. You can sit on.
If you want to get real cheap with the Mariner games, you buy an up top ticket in the 300s, and then you're going to have to stand, but you can go and stand in that bullpen area.
Yep.
You could probably get in there for $10.
And under most circumstances too, sitting underneath the scoreboard, you got to see, you can't, it kind of sucks because you can't see the scoreboard, but if you don't care about that, you can sit in center field underneath that thing, same thing, $15. And they're not bad seats as long as there's no replays, you can't watch it. That's the crappy part. But yeah, $15, $20 under most circumstances, and these D-bags charging $110 to bring a folding chair.
So
get bent.
I have a graphic of 2024 revenues for each team, and then 2025 payroll and tax for each team because they pay luxury tax in baseball.
Yeah.
So we have that broken down by payroll to revenue percentage.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In other words, how much money, the percentage of their revenue that is spent on payroll is the best way to say it.
Yes.
Do you care to guess? So, do you care to guess where the A's are?
Well, it's got to be dead last.
They are not dead last.
Really?
Percentage.
I think Chicago is, right? The White Sox?
They are second to last, the White Sox. The White Sox have a payroll of $87 million, but they bring in $277 million.
Okay.
Add in the taxes, you're looking at 31.6% of their revenue is spent on payroll.
Okay.
For the White Sox. That's second to last. The only one worse than that is Miami. Miami only spends 27% of its revenue on payroll.
Well, and they're historically cheap.
I mean, they bring in $317 million, which is way more than the A's.
Yeah. When they have a new ballpark, no one likes it, but
and they only spend $86 million on their payroll.
So you can look at the cheap teams: the Marlins, the Rays, maybe the Rockies.
The Rockies are a little higher than you would think.
Yeah.
At $142 million payroll, their percentage spent on payroll is 44.7, which is 18th in baseball.
The Mariners are in the high 20s, low 20s.
Of what? What do you mean?
Of that list.
They are 16th.
Oh, they're higher than I thought.
Yeah, they're right in the middle. The Mariners, $379 million in revenue, $175 million payroll.
For all the talk of the Mariners being cheap, and they are, their payroll is never terrible.
46.1%. So they're dead smack in the middle. They're right there with the Braves, same percentage.
And the Braves are smart. They locked up all their guys to long-term deals. So who am I? The Rays, then. It's got to be the Rays.
What do you...
You said like the
last?
Last.
I said Miami is last.
Oh, Miami's
yeah.
last.
I was asking you where the A's are.
Oh. I mean, how are they not right down there near the bottom?
They're 19th.
Are they really?
$257 million in revenue, which is last. That's the smallest amount of revenue in the league. But they spend $111 million on payroll. They don't have to pay luxury tax. So they're at 43.4%.
Is that just this year? Because their payroll has been way cheaper.
Like I said, it's 2024 revenue and 2025 payroll and tax.
Yeah.
So, yes, they added some guys this year.
Yeah, like I said, I know
they paid
gave,
Rooker.
Well, and Severino got a decent-sized deal from him because in the past, some of the A's payrolls have just been ridiculous. I want to look at I'll look at.
Well, also isn't their revenue way down because all the A's fans were like, we're not going to games.
Like I said, their revenue's last in the league.
Right. So some of it is because of the choices that they made, why they get to kind of fluctuate some of those numbers.
But they're still only making $257 million a year.
By the way, a couple years ago, their payroll was $31 million.
Yeah,
So,
that's crazy.
31 mil.
So you know who's number one? They spend the highest percentage of their revenue on payroll.
Mets.
The New York Football Mets.
Yeah.
$444 million in rev, $400 million in payroll.
Yeah. And they have an owner that has said that he doesn't care. That guy has more money than I love it. He doesn't care. He's there to spend and he's there to win. He just doesn't care.
Number two?
Dodgers.
It is the Dodgers.
Yeah. I saw
Do you know how much money they bring in?
Oh, with their TV deal alone, it's the best TV deal in all of baseball.
So your Mets had a revenue of $444 million.
Mm-hmm.
Dodgers, $752 million in revenue last year.
It's a whole other thing.
But their payroll is $549 million.
I believe
73%.
I believe I saw that today that their luxury tax bill is
$399.
Yeah.
Luxury tax is $150 million.
Yes.
But
overall.
I mean,
they're just like whatever.
They don't care.
But and I know that sucks to be a small market team. But look, as long as these are the rules, I am so thrilled that the Mets have an owner that doesn't care. And he's like, I'll spend the money to win. And by the way, the Mets aren't going to win anything. I mean, they're not that good, but I don't know. Juan Soto, $700+ million. Cool. Pete Alonso needs to come back. Cool. He paid all that money to Scherzer and DeGrom. He's willing to spend. And after having the Bernie Madoff years, it's great.
You know what the dirty little secret in baseball is right now?
What's that?
Work stoppage.
Oh, because of this?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
It's the salary cap thing.
Yeah.
It's a big topic. The players don't want it.
Nope.
And it's going to it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
And it will, if you're wondering when that will be, it is supposed to be after next season. So next fall, buckle up.
I can see it because like what the Dodgers are doing, I'm sure that there are going to be a lot of even mid-market teams. They're going to look at this and be like, we can't let this happen.
What is the wait for Aaron Rodgers about? That's next. Here's Will.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, Portland Trailblazer great Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he was elected into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame today. Anthony finished his career with 28,289 points. That was good enough to put him 10th all-time. Over in the MLB, the Mariners took on the Tigers. They won that game 3-2 for some day baseball action. Dylan Moore hit the home run that got them to that third run. They end up holding on. Munoz got the save. Over in the NBA, the 76ers announced today that star center Joel Embiid is set to undergo arthroscopic knee surgery on his left knee. Embiid will be reevaluated in 6 weeks. They are hopeful that he will make a full recovery. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The
Bandon, and the weather's nice.
It's 60 and sunny, right?
I don't know about 60.
Hope he hits his ball into the ocean.
Let's take a look.
Damn Turkish bathhouse buck.
It's hard to hit it into the ocean at Bandon.
You can do it on
You can
Pacific.
hit it into the sand. You
Yeah.
can hit it down the hill, but like getting all the way to the water,
No, that's true.
you're not getting it out there.
Do you think anyone has like just picked up Buck's ball and started playing with it?
What? What do you mean?
Wasn't that a story that you had where someone started playing with
Oh,
your
that
golf
was at
ball?
Fairway Village. Yeah.
You think they did that at Bandon?
I would like to think the protocol at Bandon is slightly better than that at Fairway Village. I will never forget that. It's my ball that I can't find that I was looking for, and it just comes launching over my head onto the green. Wait, is that my split Shrixon there? What are you talking about, bro?
53 and mostly sunny. Blue sky.
I don't want to wish ill on Buckley, so
I don't either.
go get him, Buck.
I'm proud of the man.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Taking that vacation time.
I don't know what we're waiting on with Aaron Rodgers, but it's annoying because he's obviously going to Pittsburgh.
There's just isn't
Right?
another option unless, again, he wants to sit around and wait for someone to get hurt, which I suppose you could do. But
So the owner came out and said, "Oh yeah, it's all heading that direction." What are they doing?
I don't know. I mean, I would
Because
assume
he's working out with.
he's working out with DK Metcalf.
I mean, come on.
I honestly don't know. Maybe they're working on contract deals. I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers is trying to get more comfortable with what sort of offense they run. I do know from listening to people, Aaron Rodgers has a very specific idea of how he wants his offense to be run, and I don't think that Pittsburgh's going to acquiesce to that. So maybe there's some of that. Maybe they're just, I don't know. Maybe he's trying to see what it's like to be around DK Metcalf and George Pickens, which are not the sort of receivers that Aaron Rodgers traditionally likes to work with. I don't know. I really don't. I will tell you that I think if he ends up in Pittsburgh, I think it will end in disaster. I don't think he's going to be happy with the O-line. I don't think he's going to be happy with the system they play in. I think he's going to be very unhappy with the two receivers he has. So that, and he just isn't a guy anymore that elevates an offense. He's not. Aaron Rodgers can still play in this league. He's a good player. You saw that in the second half against with the Jets last year. He can still throw the ball, but he is no longer an elevator. He needs to be a guy that is a cog. He's Kirk Cousins. If Aaron Rodgers were on a good team, which is why like Minnesota makes sense, if he was willing to go do something like that with a really good offensive system built around him and he played in the structure of that offense, I think he could be successful. But Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to do that. I don't think there's any real teams out there that want to bring him in on that. So whether he goes to Pittsburgh, whether he retires and just walks away and goes into the darkness, or he waits around for someone to get hurt, this isn't Tom Brady or Matthew Stafford, or even, I guess it's closer to Peyton Manning at the end for the Broncos than it is anything else. So maybe that makes sense, because Manning was probably statistically the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl with that Broncos team, but he did it because they had a generational defense. So, I mean, I don't know who that is that would welcome Aaron Rodgers, but I just don't think he has a lot of options. But Aaron Rodgers probably has a hard time accepting reality.
Would you rather have Kirkers or Rodgers right now?
I think I'd rather still have a Cousins, and he was hobbled last year, but again, go back and look at him at the start of the year. It wasn't all that bad. And then he kind of suffered some injuries, but I think I would take Cousins. One, I think he will continue. I think he will be better than last year because of the coming off the injury. And I think Cousins is more inclined to play in the structure and offense, and he's not going to rock the boat the way Aaron Rodgers is. I just don't know. I don't want to bring that into my locker room. The only way you bring that in is if you are just desperate and you. That's why I thought the Giants made some sense. The Giants are going to get fired. Like their GM and their head coach.
The whole team?
Well, their owner came out and said basically everyone is on a short list or a short string. They are going to get fired unless they do something. So I think the Giants made sense because there was a desperation in the air, but it sounded like Aaron Rodgers didn't want to go there.
Yeah, he's not going there.
So
they're not going to win.
No.
So he doesn't. I don't know. I don't know what Pittsburgh does if they don't get Rodgers, though.
They don't. There's nothing.
So they have to.
Well, I mean,
They're stuck now.
You could get involved and Cousins is available to be had.
Hey, they're saying Cousins is going to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
It might be.
They spotted him at a Chipotle in Ohio.
Well, and because now there's some, the idea was that the top two picks had been settled in Cam Ward to Tennessee, which is all but a done deal, and then Shedeur to Cleveland. Well, now, again, take it for what it's worth. A lot of scuttlebutt saying, dude, the Browns don't want him, and they're saying that the Giants may not want him either. So all of a sudden, that opens it up. But I find it hard to believe that Cousins is going to be on that Atlanta roster. So if you are a team that's looking for a quarterback, or even if you are Cleveland and you draft Shedeur Sanders, I think you do a lot worse than bringing in Cousins and letting Sanders sit for half a year or even a full year and kind of let him process, because that's a guy that's going to have to learn. He's going to unlearn a lot of things. One, his ceiling isn't as high as some of the other quarterbacks that have come out in recent years. Shedeur Sanders is not an athletic freak. He does not have the biggest arm. He's not a great athlete, but he's a solid college quarterback that processes things real well. He has a ton of bad habits, and they're not his fault. He just played in a dog-s system where he has no pocket presence. He bails out backwards because he's played with no O-line and no run game. So he's going to need to go to somewhere and really actually learn he's going to have to retrain himself how to play. And I do think a place like Cleveland that can commit to running the ball and having Cousins there, I think that could be a valuable tool. So even if I'm Cleveland and I draft Shedeur, I would still like to, if I could make it work, get involved in the Kirk Cousins thing and let him sit. Sanders will be a guy that benefits from sitting for a year.
All right, I thought of one other question, but we're going to have to carry this over.
Yeah. And someone asking, by the way, on the Rodgers or Geno Smith, I would take Geno Smith 1,000 times over right now than Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
Yes.
Ooh.
Geno's the top 15 quarterback in this league.
Yeah, I can't get behind that. We'll wrap this up next on The Fan.
It's time.
Magic. What are we waiting on here? I think it's so stupid that he's out there throwing balls with DK Metcalf, and we're not to believe that he's going to Pittsburgh.
I would assume. I mean, they're
come on.
I don't know what the holdup is, but they obviously have interest because Mason Rudolph is not the answer. Aaron Rodgers doesn't really have other options, good options. Pittsburgh is a good team. With Aaron Rodgers, you can make the argument they're a playoff team. I mean, every year they're a 500 team. Mike Tomlin doesn't allow it to be any worse than that. So, Rodgers makes sense there. What the holdup is, I don't know. Talk to Aaron. Is Aaron Rodgers, has he ever done anything in the last 15 years? Has anything ever been clean, easy, and efficient?
No, it's always messy.
It's just not what he does.
Dwayne is in on the text line. He says Aaron is going to announce that he's playing for the Steelers on April 9th. Pat McAfee is doing a live show in Pittsburgh on the night of the 9th. No proof, but that's my prediction.
That makes sense.
How about that?
Yeah. And that's the thing is, like, Pittsburgh isn't a bad organization. They're just not. So
when's April 9th?
It's surprising.
Oh, that's next Wednesday.
Yeah, it's surprising that they're going through this. Like, if this was like Cincinnati or, I don't know, Cleveland, Arizona, I mean, those are bad franchises. I mean, for God's sakes, did you the Bengals? One of their chief executives, Katie Blackburn, came out and crapped all over their only good defensive player today. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said that Trey Hendrickson, who, by the way, is 17 and a half sacks the last 2 years, first team All-Pro, she came out and basically said that he needs to be happy at a lesser number and that it's on him to be happy at that number. I mean, my God.
That's how the bean counters think.
They are just, that is a joke of an organization.
Here's the question that I thought of. Better division for quarterbacks. Mahomes, Herbert, Nix, and Geno Smith.
That's
or
really, really
Jackson, Burrow, Kirkers, and Rodgers if they went to the Browns and Steelers.
It's still the Mahomes. I mean, obviously you're trading youth for experience, but I mean, you have the best quarterback in the game. I think Herbert is ascending. I think he's going to do real well there with Harbaugh. I think there's a ceiling on where Nix is going to be, but I think Nix has a high floor. And then I just, me, I think Geno is criminally underrated. That's just a hell of a division there.
So you have two teams you have to get a quarterback for. Do you want Mahomes and Herbert or Jackson and Burrow?
Oh, Mahomes and Herbert. Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's tough. I just, again, as much as I love Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow is phenomenal. I mean, Mahomes is different. He just is. It's the greatest start to a career in NFL history. Realize that guy in 7 years as a starting quarterback, the worst that he's ever done is getting to the AFC title game.
Yeah, but you have two teams.
I know. And
you don't have two Mahomes.
Well, I'll say this. Jackson and Burrow greater than Herbert. It would take me 2 seconds to pick either one of them over Herbert. But Mahomes is another level, and Herbert behind those two, it's a gap, but it's not a giant gap. It's just it's not. And I'm as critical on Herbert as anyone. I think sometimes he gets a free pass, and I think we're always trying to elevate quarterbacks into that true elite status, and he's not there. But he's right behind it. I mean, there's not many elite quarterbacks, but Herbert is right in that second tier, and Mahomes is in a class of him. He's in a class by himself. As much as I love Lamar and as much as I love Burrow, they've never won jack squat. I say the same thing about Josh Allen. And Mahomes, all he does is win. All he does. I just wish Joe Burrow, if I could wave some pixie dust or like my magic monkey fist.
Did you just call him Joe Burrow?
Joe Burrow. I want Joe Burrow out of Cincinnati. What? If I could move one player off a team, I would move Burrow out of Cincinnati because I think he is being wasted, and I think eventually he will demand his way out. Carson Palmer did it. I think it's a matter of time, and I think his career is going to be wasted. If I could move him to a situation, I guess you can't move him to like the Chiefs or something, but if I could move him to an organization that I have a lot of faith in, Pittsburgh. If I could trade him to the Chargers for Herbert and make that switch. If he could end up in a place, I don't know, maybe Tampa, and have him there, and not because Tampa's not an elite team, but in a place like that, I think Burrow would have a chance to really make his mark as one of the great QBs, and I think he's going to go down as a really talented guy that played on a bad team with a bad organization until it was too late. He will be the Matthew Stafford of his generation, and hopefully towards the end, eventually someone has the mercy to get him the hell out of there, end up in a place like LA, and he can have the Stafford resurgence and go win a Super Bowl.
Well, we've put it off too long, Jace.
I know. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Batman is dead.
No, Michael Keaton's still alive. Although Adam West is dead. Wait. Is Adam West dead?
Adam West
has been
Adam
dead.
West is dead.
I thought he just died, though. I don't think he's very dead.
I thought he died like 2020.
No, super dead.
Really?
Yeah, 2017.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, super dead.
Remember when we had him on?
Yeah.
Didn't we have him on?
Yeah.
That wasn't that long ago, was it? Did he die right after our show? Did we
Apparently.
kill him?
He's been dead for a significant period of time.
When
so
did we have
Batman
him on?
is dead because Batman is either Adam West or it's Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton very much alive. Adam West dead. Val Kilmer, not
George
Batman.
Clooney dead.
He's the worst of all the Batmans.
Yeah.
Ben Affleck.
We have lost
Ben Affleck's solid.
Val Kilmer.
As Batman?
Yeah, I didn't mind his Batman.
And we will discuss it next on The Fan.
We all
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Sports Center is brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, we got a couple MLB games in action right now. It's the bottom of the 8th. The Phillies have the bases loaded against the Rockies. They have 1 out. Phillies leading that game 3-1. It's the top of the 8th in New York. The Yankees, they're not using the torpedo bats to their advantage. They're trailing the Diamondbacks right now 4-0. There's 1 out in that one. Top of the 2nd, Atlanta Braves already have 3 runs. They're looking to get 2 more. They got runners on 3rd and 2nd. 1 out right now. Blake Snell is absolutely getting hit around. Marcell Ozuna up to bat right now. Your Seattle Mariners were able to get the win today. They won 3-2 against the Detroit Tigers. They're now 3-4 on the season, 3-4 at home. They're going to hit the road, get tomorrow off before they start their first road trip of the young season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
The original home of the Herd with
Request denied.
All right, nice to have you along here on the club, in the club, on the club,
Around
on the
the
fan,
club. I don't know.
in the club,
Something.
on the fan.
When's the last time you were at a club?
Ooh, good question.
Willie, do you club? I can see you clubbing.
Define club.
Well, a club is you walk in and there's music that is so
Yeah.
loud you can't.
Like a dance club.
Yeah, like a dance club.
Isn't that? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, like are we
define
calling
clubs.
Dixie's a club?
What's Dixie's?
Yeah, Dixie's is
Dixie's
a
is a club?
Dixie's is a
Couple months.
What's
Well,
Dixie's?
It's a
Do
little,
I need to go to Dixie's?
No,
No, you don't.
You do not.
You would not fit in.
You would hate it.
What?
You would hate it so bad. It's a country redneck
That hurt my
dance
feelings.
club.
Black
It is-
Dawn.
It's a bold. That's a bold country redneck. It's not that, but it tries.
Where
to
is
be.
it? Where's Dixie's?
It's over by Spice. Not that I would know.
I want to go.
It's in that. It's in the
There-
Chinatown. the
I know
little
where Spice
entertainment-
is.
Yeah, it's in the entertainment district.
So I'm gonna get shot over there.
I've never been shot over there.
yeah, give it time.
Yeah, just wait.
You don't want to go to Dixie's. Trust me.
You don't want to go to any of the clubs.
I
man.
kind of want to see Rob at Dixie's.
I like clubs, man.
I'll take you to a club.
I like to dance.
You gonna head over to the White Owl? Are you?
Hey, I love the White Owl.
There you go.
White Owl's over by Straightaway, man. We've had many a night in White Owl. White Owl's great.
Head to the club. Once in a while, I see Will out in the wild. It's always disturbing.
It was fine. You went into my territory.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's weirder that you're out, not him.
Yeah. No, when I see
The old
it-
man.
when I've seen Will out before, it's always like, whoa, yeah.
Yeah, it reminds you that
happened
you
one
shouldn't be where
Exactly.
you
That's
are.
one of those where you're like, I probably should.
Oh my God, Will's here. I gotta get out of here.
It happened one time, and we had a lovely evening.
Yeah, if Will's there, that's yeah. I was like, here, let me buy you a couple beers, and then that was the sign. It was probably time to go.
I gave you your space. You gave me mine.
Well, you two just have sex and get it over with.
No.
It's a bold move right there. Wow.
Well, there's a lot of sexual tension between you two.
It's like with you and Swag.
You two bears.
More of a power bottom. I've stated that for years.
Aren't you bear? Isn't that what they call them? Bears?
Yeah, there's bears and twinks.
He's your
and-
twink.
Have I graduated? Well, I'm definitely not a twink, but I think I've graduated out of a bear.
Yeah, Will's all skinny.
What?
Now. Will's gone.
Well, I thought bears were hairy. Is that?
Yeah, bears are hairy.
Yeah,
but I
but
think
they're
the
also
idea is,
big.
you're supposed to be big. More of a buffalo man myself. What were we talking about?
Are you uncomfortable?
Me and Will doing it? Yeah, it's a little awkward.
I'm cool with not talking about that ever.
But he's gay.
Will, you want to head over to the Eagle this weekend?
No, you taught me about that. I will not be wearing a yellow bandana. Thank you.
Yeah, Soup knows all about it.
No. It's
He
not
knows what's going on. It's very interesting.
It's not the yellow bandana you want. It's the orange.
I tell you what,
I don't want any bandana.
If there is a guy at the fan who is secretly gay, it's Sukanik.
I have stated that if you were to offer me the marshal in the gay pride parade, let's get me some Chapson up there and let's do this. Let's go. Yeah, you don't trust me, Will. You do not want the yellow bandana. You want it.
I don't want any bandana.
Yeah,
you taught me about the bandanas like 2 summers ago.
You don't want the brown and you don't want the yellow bandana. Don't do that.
No bandanas.
All right, well, we've put it off long enough. We have to talk about Val Kilmer dying. He's dead. He's gone, guys.
And it was heartbreaking because I woke up to Val Kilmer dead,
know.
and then I saw the report saying, no, fake news, not dead.
No, he's dead.
And then I was like, oh, thank God. No, he's dead.
And his daughter, Mercedes,
Yes.
confirmed it.
That was the Ken Stabler. Dead, not dead. No, he's actually
they're
dead.
always dead when they're usually
They're
dead when they
usually
say they
dead.
are because it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Because those dire moments where it's like,
Sure. Is he or isn't he?
Could be any minute now.
Yes.
And
Well,
news gets out.
I guess cancer didn't get him. He was cancer free, but he
Really?
was. Yes, they said.
What a weird, what a strange turn his whole life and career took.
Yeah. Well, he
I mean,
battled, he battled throat cancer for like 11 years.
Well, I know, but I just, what ended up happening to him and just how he's had, it's not like his career arc or anything. It's just, he just got cancer and it kind of changed everything. And as cancer does, and it just is weird.
Yep.
It's weird that Val Kilmer's dead. It's weird the way he looked before he died. It's weird that he couldn't really talk.
Yeah.
It's just, everything got weird with him.
Yep. So I guess I was reading today, they said that he had not been out of bed in years.
Really?
Yeah. Said he was bedridden for years. Last
Well, he
public.
did some stuff recently,
No.
didn't he?
No. 2019 was the last time anyone saw him.
Oh my God.
So, and he posted something on Instagram a couple times, and the family has now said those were actually years old. He had not left his bed in several years, and they said that it was not cancer. They said while he did battle cancer at the time of his death, he was cancer-free, but he was so weak and bedridden that pneumonia it just eventually took hold of him, and that was the end.
Cancer. So what killed him? Well, pneumonia killed him. But why was he bedridden?
Because cancer kept coming back, and then he would fight it, and then it would come back. And the cancer treatments over 11 years had basically worn him down to where, even though like they at the time he was in cancer remission, he was cancer free, but he has had off and on cancer treatments for 11 years. My grandmother had this to where my grandma fought cancer for the same thing for like a decade, and look, eventually cancer treatment kills you too. Like it's, whether the cancer gets you or that much radiation and chemo. So that's why they said pneumonia, but technically cancer free.
Wasn't he in Top Gun Maverick?
Yes. He was in Top Gun Maverick.
That wasn't that long ago, was it?
It was obviously filmed before 2019.
Well, they filmed most of it, I think, before, and then there were a couple of reshoots. It just came out way later because no one was going. Yeah,
that's right.
So it got delayed because of that, and they shot all those scenes, and they shot it around. I think those were some of the very first scenes that they filmed because obviously they knew that Val was not in a great spot and he couldn't talk in that, and then you're thinking they did the Val Kilmer documentary not too long ago, but again, that was filmed a long time ago, and it was his son and AI that did Val's voice.
I hate to say this, but that was really boring.
It wasn't great, no.
It was not a good documentary.
Yeah.
And it also made me sad because it just let me know how weird Val Kilmer is and kind of crazy. Like, he's crazy.
He's a different guy. Well, he was one of those dudes, I guess, that was full go commitment to acting and was just, he was a little bit different. Little different.
You would, if he didn't just die, you would call him insufferable. But he just died, so we have to strike that from the record.
Yes.
Because he was one of those insufferable actor types.
Yes. He thought that
just the world revolved around his characters, and
Yes.
he was offended that I was reading about him today. He said he was offended by his role in Top Gun.
Yeah.
Because he thought it was, just about his looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was, and you see this sometimes, and whenever they do, Adrian Brody's like this, whenever he gives a speech, dude, your work isn't important. Like, actors that think that...
Daniel Day-Lewis.
Yes. Like, you're not changing the world with your performance.
Oh, yes, they are, you son of a bitch.
In my left foot. So just tone it down there, Abe. But yes, he was...
Abe.
Well, yeah,
he did a great job as Abe, though.
He did, but I guess he is one of those guys, and Val was like this too. They don't break character. So if you're on set, you have to address him as...
And they're miserable.
Well,
I was reading one producer said he would never, ever... He said two things in his life were just he was steadfast about. One of them was never, ever working with Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
He was that insufferable. Yeah. That said, he was a star.
Well, and
we all loved him.
And he made great movies.
He did. He was Jim Morrison.
Yes.
He was Batman,
Yep.
or Bruce Wayne,
Both.
which I agree with you, Michael Keaton, better than Val Kilmer, but he was way better than Clooney. And Doc Holliday. He was Doc Holliday.
Doc Holliday, which is probably, I'm guessing for most people, Iceman in Top Gun and Top Gun
Did
Maverick.
you just call him Iceman?
Iceman. And Tombstone were probably his most
Yeah.
well-known.
Yeah.
I liked Heat.
Heat was amazing.
He's awesome in Heat.
His best movie is Heat.
Heat's a good movie.
Heat is great. Ghost in the Darkness is a really good movie.
Never saw it.
One from when he used to be a comedic actor.
Top Secret.
Top Secret is phenomenal.
Yeah.
And so is Real Genius.
Yeah.
And those are both when he was in his teens and 20s. Was really, really good. I'm trying to think. The Saint was a pretty good movie with him. That was with him and Elizabeth Shue.
What's the worst thing he ever did?
Oh, God. The worst thing.
By the way, he's another star who lived in New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, that
And
was...
Gene Hackman just died in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Now Val Kilmer.
I'm looking through. He's in some of these that I've never even heard of. But the worst movie that he made that was actually a big movie, and I'm telling you, this thing is one of the all-time hunks of crap, is The Island of Dr. Moreau.
Never saw it.
It is... It's with
What year?
Marlon Brando was in it in 1996. It is huge, giant budget film, and it is such...
I think that's the one where the guy said he would never work with him again.
Yes, I think that's the one.
Because he and Brando hated each other?
Yes. It is such a giant hunk of crap. I can't even begin to describe it, how bad it is. So, but it's a famous story. It's by H.G. Wells, and so it had... It had like this big hype around it, and it was plagued because Brando, basically it was an insufferable prick-off between Marlon Brando and Val Kilmer to be which one could be a bigger...
Will's got his hand on the dump button. I don't think you can say that, but I will say this. I said that once to Mike Riley on the air. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. You've said that word a couple times.
No, only once. Because I'm telling you, only once. Because I said it in a Mike Riley interview, and it stunned him to the point where I don't think he knew what to say. And we all looked at each other like, should I have... Yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that.
Probably should have said it. Well,
but we got away with it.
Yeah.
So therefore, I don't think you have to dump it, although it's too late anyway.
It's too late. I should have just done it.
Nah, it's fine.
But
I think that word we shouldn't say.
I will apologize if I am reprimanded.
Well, you
won't be.
I mean, Sook's the one that needs to apologize.
And I'm the one, and I'm on the board.
Apologize right now.
I'm sorry
for saying that.
What's the comp
jerk.
like modern day actor for Val Kilmer like before all this? Because
before all this, what do you mean? What is that?
Before he gets cancer.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Like when at his prime,
right? Because clearly he's a star, but I don't know how he was thought of in that moment. Would this be like if Glenn Powell gets throat cancer?
No, he's much bigger star than Glenn Powell. I would say this is more like a Ben Affleck sort of situation.
Okay.
There you go.
So there's a good run, and then he's not the top guy, but he's one of the top guys.
Yeah, I would say
B-list.
I think Affleck, who's also Batman, I think that's a solid.
What do you think of Brad Pitt and Kevin Bacon? because he was kind of Val Kilmer.
I think highly of Brad Pitt. Kevin Bacon, I give 2 thumbs meh.
Okay. I would say Kilmer is right in between those two. Like,
Okay.
I don't think he's quite Brad Pitt. Obviously, he's not quite Brad Pitt. Who is? But
Brad.
he is a big deal, man.
Yeah.
He was at one time the guy.
And every movie I watch of his, like going back through it, like Heat, I really like. Tombstone, Top Gun, although he's not really in Top Gun. But the parts he.
Not in Maverick. He's in the original Top
Yeah,
Gun.
but it's like 10 minutes. If you go back through and watch it, like, he's not in it for that much screen time.
My favorite part about Val Kilmer is someone asked him once to rate the like the homoerotic tendencies in Top Gun. 1 out of 10, and I think he said it was like a 12.5, which is phenomenal. Thunderheart's another good one with him. Kiss, Kiss, Bang, Bang. A lot of good ones, but if you want like an underrated that you haven't seen, go watch The Ghost in the Darkness. That's a true story about some African lions. Him and Michael Douglas are in that, and very, very solid.
I have the top 5 roles Val Kilmer turned down for you.
Oh.
You want that next?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's a lot because, again, he was a difficult guy and was...
He was difficult, but he was also very busy. So a
hard
lot
to
of these
wrangle.
he turned down because he was doing other projects. So we'll get to that next on The Fan. right, we're talking about the death of Val Kilmer. He's dead.
Yes, this time for real.
65.
Although, again, after an 11-year battle with cancer and you've been bedridden for several years, isn't this the best thing that could happen? Like,
Yeah.
it's
He seemed, yeah. I mean, he
again,
had a rough go.
he hadn't been out of bed, they said, in several years.
Was his throat cancer because he smoked?
That I don't know. I would assume. I mean, most Hollywood people do smoke. I mean, a lot of them. So, but that I don't know. Maybe he liked other things too. That's what Michael Douglas claims that his throat cancer was from.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Michael Douglas claims that he got throat cancer from engaging in other activities.
Are you serious?
I thought that was a bit.
No. Well, if you get if it's the what is it, HPV? Yeah, it causes throat cancer. So you can get throat cancer from that. And Michael Douglas says that that's what his is from.
Is that a humble brag?
Yeah, what? I need to go home. I don't.
Robs, I need to get tested, and I need to get tested right now.
I don't.
Yes. In women, it causes cervical cancer, and in men, it can cause throat cancer.
So, okay. All right.
Are you not aware of this?
Well, not really. I mean, just the Michael Douglas thing threw me.
I didn't do it. Actor Michael Douglas attributed his throat cancer to the human papillomavirus HPV, which he contracted through oral sex.
Okay.
Well, look, if someone was going to get it, imagine what Michael Douglas has been. That dude has been around the block. Dude, that guy was the man.
I know. I'm just shocked.
A little concerned, are you?
No, I'm not.
Feel a little tickle in your throat right now, do you?
No, I don't.
I think you're a little nervous right now.
No, visuals and... Anyway.
If you get it from Catherine Zeta-Jones, is it worth it? It's a good question.
Oh, wow.
I don't know.
She's pretty hot.
She
looks good.
And so this was in 2011. So that's 2011 Catherine Zeta-Jones. And probably a few years before that. Look, I'm not certain that I'm welcoming throat cancer in any situation. But if you are going to get throat cancer, I think there's worse. Like if the answer is 8, did you catch it from smoking or did you catch it from Demi Moore and Catherine Zeta-Jones? I know which one I think I would rather choose.
So I have the top 5 roles Val Kilmer turned down.
Okay.
Do you know any of them?
No.
Have you read about any of these?
Some of these I know.
I always love these.
Yeah, because I know Tom Selleck turned down Indiana Jones. Yeah. That's a famous one. Schwarzenegger turned down Die Hard. That was originally written for him.
Matt Damon and Avatar.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
James Cameron was begging Matt Damon, and
he was going to give him
10%.
some of the 10% of the movie.
He said it cost him like $300 and something million because Cameron was he said, we don't need a star. The movie's going to be the star, but this is how much I want you for this. And he offered him like 10% of the profits. And Damon couldn't do it because it was one of the Bourne movies that he was filming. He's like, I just can't make it work.
Can we rewind for a second?
Yeah. You still thinking about the throat cancer?
Yeah.
Are you going to ask Nurse Nice a question when you get home?
No, I think I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that Michael Douglas was saying that he smoked. You know what I mean? Like he did that to dudes, is what he said.
Oh no. From ladies.
Okay, so that's why I was stunned.
No.
You're saying it's from the
Yeah.
But not from the because you made it sound
the password is vagina.
Yeah, you made it sound like when
Did I?
Yes, because we were talking about Val Kilmer smoking.
Yes.
And you said smoking something else, which my dirty ass mind went to smoking,
No.
Smoking pole.
No.
And so then you said Michael Douglas blames it on that. And I'm like, wait, what? That's why I was in a tizzy. So you're just saying Michael Douglas is just, he
likes ladies.
Yeah. He's been down in there.
Yeah, he's been down. He's
all up in there.
He rolls up his
All
sleeve
right,
and he goes to work.
Okay.
But
And
apparently, while you're going to work,
not that there would be anything wrong with Michael Douglas doing all that. It's just I was stunned by it.
Yes.
I needed a break.
remember those owl commercials? Like, how many licks does it get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Apparently, too many licks and you get throat cancer, according to Michael Douglas.
All right. Well, that's much better.
The other one would be like if you were licking on a sugar daddy or something, but no, that's a different
sugar daddy. What?
No one has ever finished a sugar daddy in the history of sugar daddies.
We lost Orts.
Will, did you know what I was talking about, or did you think that Michael Douglas was doing that too?
Which did you think?
I knew exactly what you were talking about.
That's just... Okay, so the first role that Kilmer turned down was Pony Boy in The Outsiders.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
Played by C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah.
Instead, he continued on with a play he was doing with Sean Penn and Kevin Bacon called Slab Boys.
So you went from The Outsiders to Slap. By the way, speaking of polls, hey, what are you in? I'm in a small off-Broadway play called Slab Boys. I got a good idea of what Slab Boys is about. I think Slab Boys is a group that hangs down at the Eagle on the weekends. Will knows about it. Will hangs out with the Slab Boys.
You're the one teaching me about bandanas, man.
I'm like, what are you doing this weekend? Well, I hang in with the Slab Boys, seeing what's up.
He turned down William Baldwin's character in Backdraft.
Oh.
He was supposed to be in Backdraft.
He would have been way better in that because William Baldwin can't act, and he was terrible in Backdraft. That's a bummer. I would have liked to have seen Val Kilmer in that.
He turned down the role of Jack in Apollo 13. That was Kevin Bacon.
Oh.
Of the four of them in the...
Yeah.
He turned down the role of Lieutenant Commander Ron Hunter in Crimson Tide.
Get right the hell out of town.
Played by
Denzel Washington, right?
Gene Hackman.
No, I thought he was going to play Denzel's role.
No, Gene Hackman.
Okay, well that's good because no offense to Val Kilmer. Have you seen Crimson Tide?
Yeah, years ago.
Phenomenal movie. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
And I can't see Val Kilmer. Gene Hackman was perfect for that role. I think that would have been weird to see Val Kilmer.
So he did Batman instead of that movie.
Well, you're probably wise to do that. I'm guessing Batman paid an S-ton of money.
And then
And by the way, those Batman movies with Val Kilmer, they weren't that bad.
No.
And then Clooney came and ruined the whole thing. But the Kilmer Batmans were okay.
Why doesn't that stick to Clooney?
I don't know.
Clooney's
he brushes it off.
He's the man.
But Clooney made some horrible movies, and none worse than that hunk of crap Batman, when like Schwarzenegger was in that one as Mr. Freeze, and dude, that might be like top 5 worst superhero movies of all time.
In the other two movies, Val Kilmer turned down 2 roles. One was, that's 4. I gave you 4. Pony Boy, Backdraft, Crimson Tide, and Apollo 13. The last one is the best one. He turned down the role of Johnny Castle in Dirty Dancing.
Whoa.
Patrick Swayze's character. In Dirty Dancing.
I'll be damned.
And the reason he did it is in classic Val Kilmer fashion. He thought it was uninteresting because he had just come off of Top Gun, where he thought he was just there for his looks.
Guy.
And he was like, this is stupid. I don't want to do that. And he turned it down.
Wow.
Yeah.
Boy, there's some really bad career moves in there. I mean, some really, really bad ones. I mean, that made Swayze a star. And Kilmer can dance. He dances around in Top Secret, and he could sing and dance.
Yeah, I'd say that one and Pony Boy.
Yeah, those are...
That's big time stuff.
Those are big time stuff. The Outsiders.
I loved The Outsiders.
But that, everyone. Swayze was in that. Tom Cruise, Ralph Macchio, C. Thomas Howell,
Rob
Emilio
Lowe's
Estevez.
First job as an actor.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Look at Tom Cruise's teeth in that.
Yeah, it's been widely.
It was before he got
documented.
Before he got the implants. Well, rest in peace, Val Kilmer.
Yeah. Rest in peace, you old bastard.
He will mostly, I think Iceman is probably the role, but his finest work was Doc Holliday in Tombstone. That was the command performance.
When I think of him, like when I picture him, I think of Iceman.
Do you?
I do.
Yeah. And it's weird that he didn't like that.
He didn't like it.
Yeah.
But he was a handsome. I mean, that was the peak of his handsomeness.
Yes. Yes, he was.
My God.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole role of
He and
Iceman.
Michael Douglas.
Someone else on the text program said they were also confused.
Yeah,
by
it
the
was
Michael
confusing.
Okay.
I can't be the only one. Well, maybe I can, but
Well, just know.
I just thought.
Be careful out there, guys.
And then you were saying, "Oh, are you worried about something?" And I'm like, "Are you what?
Oh.
No, not."
I was.
I mean, there was that one time, but you know.
Sorry, I did not know that there was not clarity on that sort of situation.
All right.
Now we know.
I have vomit news. Vomit.
Vomiting's pretty good. Although sometimes vomiting just makes you feel way better.
Well, like all the time, it makes you feel better. It's just a horrible. It's a horrible thing.
Yeah, but I'll say if you feel like you're going to eventually vomit, I will induce the vomit.
Yeah, get it. Yeah,
Get it
right
over
now.
with.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Let's finish it.
Yeah.
Finish it.
All right. Here's Will with SportsCenter.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
First on The Fan, 10-time NBA All-Star and former Portland Trailblazer great Carmelo Anthony has been notified that he's been elected into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. He's going to headline the 2025 class. Mariners were able to get one victory over the Detroit Tigers in Seattle today. They won 3-2. Dylan Moore had a big home run in that one to help the Mariners get the victory there. The Boston Red Sox and their rookie second baseman Christian Campbell have already agreed to an 8-year contract extension. It's going to be worth $60 million. Campbell has played exactly 5 total games for the Boston Red Sox. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Will Ortner from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, win.
A lot of people now thinking about throat cancer.
Dong.
Well, that too.
God. A Delta passenger's travels took a turn for the worse after a fellow flyer projectile vomited on her. And the airline allegedly did very little to help.
Yes.
Jace.
You just let their... just sat there and puke?
The puke was gross. But the response by Delta was worse, lamented Laura Juntkin.
Has anyone ever thought to themselves this puke is not gross?
The flyer recounted how she was traveling home from New York on a flight with her daughter, who she was sitting with near a storage area at the back of the plane.
Okay.
The airplane was reportedly preparing for takeoff when a male passenger stood up and started walking towards the back of the plane towards them, seemingly headed for the lav.
One would think.
A flight attendant asked the flyer to return to his seat, but the traveler refused to budge. She said he doesn't move, he just stands there, and he kind of has this funny look on his face. When the crew member repeated her command, the man looked to the ground, then to the side, and he started to cover his mouth.
Oh, boy.
And we all know what's about to happen.
Yep.
But before she could finish saying, oh my gosh, he's going to puke.
Yeah.
Yeah, he puked all over her and the cabin.
It's no good. That's right out.
So he covered his mouth. Do you want some graphic details?
Why not? Let's go for it.
Kind of hot.
Yeah.
He covers his mouth to catch the vomit.
Which, by the
But
way,
it goes out the sides.
yeah, I don't know why we do that. Like the hand over the mouth.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I think it's instinctual because you're terrified that, like, the idea of you just puking all over an airplane.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. Like, that's,
Well,
you just feel terrible, and I think it's just instinctual.
I have experience with this. The BTJ did this once, and I was so pissed because I said, if you're going to be sick, let me pull the car over. No, I'm going to be fine. And 3-4 times, let me pull it over. And she was like, no, I'm fine. And then I saw the hand go up.
Yeah.
And the worst part is, had she just vomited on the floorboards, it's one thing, but the hand
now it's
goes sideways.
Yeah.
And guess who it hit?
Yeah.
Me. Livid.
Yeah.
Absolutely
You have something in
livid.
common with this
Oh,
woman.
that's what the first thing I thought of was like, I know what this feels like.
So then she says, it showers down the right side of my body. And I'm not... She says, and I'm not talking just liquid.
No.
This is chunks and debris hitting me. What a weird word to use, debris.
What is debris?
Going down my side, on my armrest, on my coat, on my seat. My pants start getting wet because it's seeping under my butt. She said there was a waterfall of puke covering the storage area as well.
Boy, I'll tell you what, I'm flying for free. I want some coops. And
She
I want
even
a lot
uploaded
of
a video on TikTok featuring screenshots of the puke-splattered cabin.
So what did Delta do? So we understand that now we've been projectile vomited on.
Well,
What?
so flight attendants alerted the pilot.
Sure.
He turned the plane around, or she, to the terminal because they needed to get medical crews on board to handle this dude.
Sure.
Unfortunately, despite donning masks and gloves, the flight attendants were largely MIA. She said one eventually did come over and had her two small handed her two small towelettes.
That's what we got?
And 5 cocktail napkins.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, I'm asking a question here. On the airplane, are there even do we have towels? Do we have I don't know if I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only thing I think I've ever seen is the little cocktail
That's
napkins.
a good question. But there is a puke bag. Like, why wouldn't the guy puke in the bag?
Well,
You know what I'm
I think he was heading,
Well, I know, but grab the bag.
Well, this goes back to a whole other conversation. We've had this before, and that is, as an adult, it is your responsibility to control your puke.
Correct.
I expect you, as an adult, now a kid, I understand. Kid, like under the age of 8, man, I get it. You're going, but I don't care how sick you are, how drunk you are. I think you need to take full responsibility for where you. I have never inappropriately puked in my entire life, my adult life. You know when you're going to throw up, and you can control where that goes. It's ridiculous.
So they said that So she basically is toweling herself off with her bare hands. She's doing this. Like she's just throwing puke off of her body. And she said she was almost puking herself.
Oh, yeah, that's the old I'm going to do it too. Get it out of here.
Eventually, a cleaning crew came on board.
Sure.
And they were moved to another section so they could clean. But from there, they did not offer her any assistance from that point on. She had to sit there soaking wet with her clothes for 3 more hours on the flight.
Are you serious?
Yes. She said she wasn't offered any assistance.
That's unacceptable.
She filed a complaint with the airline. After a week, she got a textbook response. You know how much they offered her?
$50.
$120.
No.
For her trubs.
That's not working. We're calling the advocates at that point. I'm sicking Ken and Donnie on them. I'm flying first class free for a while. You don't get to have someone puke on me, sit there for 3 hours, and then tell me, sorry, nothing we can do. Not okay.
So you would think that this goes viral and it's like, okay, the airline steps up.
Yeah, no.
You know what happened next?
What'd they do?
They called her and she was like, dude, you're going to make this right.
Yeah.
And they were like, sorry, nothing more we can do.
Bull crap. Sue. Absolutely sue. 100%. And make a stink about it. Call the local news. What has he said? This is Delta?
Yeah,
First
Delta.
off, F Delta. And just, that pisses me off so much.
And all they said, the spokesperson said, we apologize to the customer for their experience. Our customer care team reached out to the customer for a resolution.
And with $120.
And she said that, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And she said that
So
they then said there's nothing more we can do.
So that's what that's worth.
How about that?
So $120 that won't get you anywhere. You can't fly. I don't know if you can fly to Seattle from here for $120. And so that's the cost of getting vomited on and then not offering in any way to help clean it up.
That's right.
Yeah.
Isn't that wild?
No. Bite me.
And no, we don't know what was wrong with the guy. I don't know if he had the flu or he was drunk. I don't know. No one knows.
Still have no. There's just.
Ate some bad food.
You can't convince me that there is a reason for a grown adult to not be able to control their vomit.
Crazy, dude. All right.
And by the way, is that okay to punch him if he throws up on me? Because I feel like that deserves a punch.
Well, yeah, you're not going to be happy. I don't know. I don't think you'd punch him. He's going through enough.
I don't know, man. Especially if you're drunk, you're getting punched.
Yeah, see, that changes things.
If you're drunk,
if he ate a bad piece of chicken,
I don't know, man. You're getting shoved down either way. Because again, I don't get it. You had a bad piece of Well, you had a bad piece of chicken. Why are you throwing up on me? Head to the back where there's no one
trying.
there. No, that's a piss poor effort.
They said he was trying.
Well, I didn't make it.
No, he didn't.
You tell me you can't puke on the floor. Why are you puking on me? I'm taking a bold stance here. If you throw up on me, there will be a physical interaction. There will. And if you're drunk, that's an ass kicking. You drunkenly puke on me at a bar, you are getting punched. 100%. And by the way, this goes vice versa. If I ever throw up on you, feel free to smack me in the chops. I've got that one coming.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm getting out of the situation. Like, that is my nightmare.
Ugh. Someone said, for perspective, a Delta airplane did flip upside down and they offered 30,000 miles. It's a valid point.
They offered 30,000 miles?
Remember when that thing flipped?
Yeah, that's what they offered?
They reached out with like a ridiculously cheap offer right from the get-go.
Jesus. All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
All right, well, that's going to do it for your Wednesday, bros.
Yeah.
We're out of here.
I'm watching this the Yankee game here, and everyone's all bundled up. I guess it's pretty cold there in New York. They're all wearing like the head wraps. I saw that the Twins have their home opener tomorrow. It's supposed to be 31 degrees and sleet and snow.
Oh, damn.
Hey, happy opening day, Minnesota.
Yeah, doesn't that happen every year?
Yeah, you get some at like Cleveland and Minnesota and
Up there.
different places. But yeah, they were talking about, because the home opener is supposed to be the one game you're supposed to sell out, and they were wondering how many people show up at that and if they get it in. 31 and stingy sleet coming your way. I'm not certain if I'm showing up to that Twinkies game.
Wait, I thought we were out of here. Are we not out of here?
Well, I didn't hear the music, so I assumed.
Yeah, I know.
still
I'm
had some
confused.
time?
Oh, there it is.
You had a little time. I hit a button. I had to fix a button.
Rob's ready to go.
I am.
You guys
done-
can leave.
Rob's done giving content out at this point.
That's right. I don't give content out anytime after 6:55 p.m.
You shouldn't. We're done.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
Hey, great Wednesday show.
We love our Wednesdays. We learned a lot today.
We did.
We did. We learned.
Oh, now we really
Now
have
we
to
gotta go.
Okay,
Sorry.
3 to 7. We are back tomorrow on the Fan. Good night.
Red chips